Sales and Marketing at Global Food Corp. Sales and Marketing at Global Food Corp.
Businesses and the economy, as
What?
we all know, has been holding up a lot better than
And as my colleague, Mr. Fiedler.
Volumes are up 23% year to date versus the full year of last year. So this continues to be the go-to product where people are utilizing it in all market environments as the main utility.
Okay, good afternoon. It is Tuesday, July 11th, 2023. This is the United States Bankruptcy Court for the District of New Jersey. And we are here in the case of Bed Bath & Beyond, Inc., 23-13359. We have various matters on today's agenda, and why don't you enter your appearance on the record, sir, and we'll get started.
Great. Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Noah Sosnick from Kirkland & Ellis on behalf of debtors.
Good afternoon. And I guess why don't you just go ahead, and if anyone wants to comment or chime in, they'll enter their appearance. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I will be taking us through today's brief agenda, which was filed yesterday at docket number 1277. As Your Honor will note, there are only two matters going forward today. The first is the debtor's proposed sale of the intellectual property assets of the Bye Bye Baby business, the Dream on Me, Inc., and second is the removal extension motion. The other matters have been pushed to the July 18th hearing or have otherwise been withdrawn. So starting with the first item on today's agenda, the proposed sale of the Bye Bye Baby IP assets. The debtors are pleased to report that, as was the case for the Bed Bath & Beyond IP, the debtors have found a purchaser for the Bye Bye Baby IP assets who will keep the name alive. Before I proceed further, Your Honor, the debtors filed a declaration from their investment banker, Christian Temke of Lazard, at docket number 1274, and I'd like to move Mr. Temke's declaration into evidence.
All right. That is the declaration of Christian Temke in support of the sale order being moved into evidence. Does anyone object or wish to cross-examine? Having heard no response, I will admit that into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor will recall, the debtors filed a bidding procedures motion on the first day of these cases and had a bidding procedures order entered soon thereafter, with the goal of continuing the extensive pre-petition marketing process that the debtors had conducted. And as my colleague, Mr. Fiedler, explained at the prior sale hearing, the debtors have, in consultation with the consultation parties, amended and extended the deadlines of the marketing process on numerous occasions, all in an effort to maximize the value of any potential sale transaction. As the marketing process unfolded, it became clear that different parties were interested in the Bed Bath & Beyond assets and the Bye Bye Baby assets. There were different parties who were interested in each package. And within that latter category of the Bye Bye Baby assets, certain parties were interested in a going concern transaction, while others were exclusively interested in acquiring the IP assets. Ultimately, as the Bye Bye Baby auction approached, the debtors received a number of qualified bids for parties interested in acquiring the IP assets. And certain parties had also expressed some degree of interest in a going concern transaction, but the debtors did not receive any qualified bids on a going concern transaction ahead of the scheduled auction. As a result, the debtors, in consultation with the consultation parties, decided to bifurcate the auctions. So the auction for the IP assets was held on June 28th, and a going concern auction was scheduled for June 29th. The IP auction on the 28th was very competitive and successful. Ultimately, the debtors selected Dream on Me, Inc. as the initial winning bidder at a bid of $15.5 million, and Everyday Health Media was selected as the backup bidder. And during the auction and in the notice filed soon thereafter, the debtors made it clear that Dream on Me's winning bid would be subject to an otherwise higher or better offer in connection with the going concern auction scheduled for the following day. After the IP auction ended, to give parties another opportunity to submit actionable qualified bids for a going concern transaction, the debtors moved the going concern auction back by another week to July 7th. However, and crucially, no party submitted a qualified bid for a going concern transaction. As such, the debtors and the consultation parties determined to cancel the going concern auction and proceed with the proposed transaction before you today.
Yeah,
and so, Your Honor,
look at
while
that.
it is unfortunate that we were unable to secure a sale of Bye Bye Baby as a going concern, we are here today seeking approval of the sale of the IP assets. The sale maximizes value for the debtors' estates. It is supported by all parties in interest and will allow the Bye Bye Baby name to continue. The process which led to the sale
doesn't
was
sound good.
conducted
Sounds
in
like they
good
don't have a
faith
problem.
from arm's length and was well tailored to maximize value. I would also like to quickly add, Your Honor, like at the last sale hearing, certain contract counterparties and landlords filed objections or limited objections related to the amounts listed as potential cure obligations on the notice filed at docket number 714. And as was the case with the overstock sale hearing, debtors are not assuming or assigning any contracts or leases in connection with the Dream on Me transaction today. Now, pursuant to the terms of the APA, there's a 45-day window in which the parties may agree to a list of contracts that may be assumed or assigned to the purchaser. And to the extent that the parties do decide to assume and assign some contracts, the debtors will file a notice of those contracts and will set another objection deadline for those cure amounts, but nothing is being assumed and assigned today. And so for that reason, we are not going to proceed on any cure objections today.
Okay, so I just was wondering how that all fits in with the transferred contracts under the purchase agreement. There's a number of, is that what you're referring to?
So my understanding, Your Honor, is that transferred contracts provision in the contract is there to accommodate any contracts that will be assumed and assigned during that period.
During this 45-day period?
That's correct. Although counsel, the purchaser is here, you can correct me if that's incorrect.
Your Honor, Brendan Scott, Claystead, Winters, Strother, Southern, and Stevens on behalf of Dream. That's my understanding. There currently no contracts have been selected to be transferred contracts, but we do have the 45-day period to complete diligence and select those if we wish to do so.
Okay. All right. That's what said transferred. So I was thinking of at least something might have been transferred, but it's not the case, at least as of the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
One final point, Your Honor. Ahead of the hearing, we heard from counsel to Chubb Insurance, who had requested the inclusion of the language that we added at paragraph 30 of the sale order. We understand that there was a small scrivener's error in the first sentence of that paragraph. And so I'm happy to point out where that was, if you'd like.
1 second.
Sure.
That doesn't sound good at all. They've said they have no buyers for the
So,
going concern.
Your Honor, in the first sentence of paragraph 30, which begins notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the foregoing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they have 45 days, but
those three words in the foregoing
You
were
said they have
included in error.
going
It
concern
doesn't change
buyers.
the meaning of the paragraph in any way, but
Something could change, but
after discussions with Chubb, we decided that we would, to avoid any potential doubt, we would submit a revised order to chambers during or after this hearing, reflecting that one change. So those three words will be removed.
So in other words, it really should read notwithstanding anything to the contrary.
Yeah, or I guess, right. It should be the foregoing or is removed. So it's notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the motion, the asset purchase agreement, and so on and so forth.
Okay. All right, so does anyone, you're saying that it just doesn't mean anything, and
It's surplusage of the words "this sale order" later in the sentence, but to avoid any potential issue, we decided with Chubb that we would submit a revised form of order.
Well, I do have to say that I've always thought that words have any meaning, they should be either in there or not in there. And you know, if they don't have any meaning, you know, everyone here today understands that. But if somebody's looking at it a year from now and it's not the same people, then they might try to say in the foregoing means something else. But I think it's a very limited possibility. But
I agree.
if you're pointing it out and that's the way the parties understand it, I think it should reflect what the parties understand and agree to.
That's right. And for that reason, we'll file a revised order. So with all that said, Your Honor, unless you have any questions, we would respectfully request entry of the sale order.
Well, the Comenity filed a pretty extensive objection in it, and it looks like he dealt with it in paragraphs 28 and 29, and they, I guess the Burr & Foreman firm, and they're on the Zoom, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Jay Haythcock with Burn
Whoa.
Foreman on behalf of Community Capital Bank. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. So those are those modifications to the order address Comenity's objections.
Yes, Your Honor. They addressed them full, and we're happy to orally withdraw the objections we made with the order that was filed on the docket.
Okay, you anticipated what I was going to ask you, because I just I didn't see that, and when I was preparing, I read it, and I thought I might have to deal with it, but usually these in these proceedings, and thankfully, in many respects, the parties agree to things, and this is another such occasion. And I'm pleased that you were able to agree. It certainly looks like a reasonable and appropriate resolution of those issues to me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, I can't let this pass without saying that I share the disappointment in the lack of bids for the going concern entity of Bye Bye Baby. It's a shame. I guess both parts are now not going forward, and that is disappointing. I had higher hopes going in, but sometimes those hopes are not realized. And so, if I may ask, then, I think this is an appropriate time to ask, where are we headed now, and what are the next steps? The plan and disclosure statement, or what is left to be sold? I think the going out of business sales are winding down. If you could just give me, if you're prepared to, give me a background on that and fill in some of the blanks.
Sure. So, Your Honor, the debtors are currently engaging in negotiations with 6th Street and the UCC on the terms of a plan. Those negotiations have been productive. We hope to have a plan and disclosure statement on file in the coming days. Notwithstanding that those sales did not, maybe the going concern sales didn't come to fruition, the debtors still have a pathway to a successful exit from these Chapter 11 cases. And so, the debtors will continue to monetize the assets they have. The lease sale process remains ongoing. As you mentioned, going out of business sales will continue through the end of July. And so, while the debtors share your disappointment, there is a path forward, and we fully intend to realize that path.
Okay. Does anyone wish to be heard on that?
Your Honor, good afternoon. Colin Robinson, Chelsea Stang, Deal and Jones on behalf of the Official Committee of Unsecured Creditors. Nice to see you again in person, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, and same here.
Your Honor, I'll start with the sale of the Bye Bye Baby IP. Your Honor, as a consultation party, the committee was engaged in what was a very robust auction process. And while we were ultimately, like you and everyone else, a little disappointed in the value, happy it came to a successful conclusion. I share your personal thoughts about the Bye Bye Baby. I used to trek across the Ben Franklin Bridge to the location in Cherry Hill for my 3 kids many moons ago. So sorry to, there won't be a going concern for that. On the process forward, Your Honor, we are engaged in the plan process. There'll be a lot of work to do still there, as you may suspect, and even the plan you see filed may have some changes after it's filed. So, but we'll continue to work constructively with the debtor in 6th Street as we move forward.
Well, if past is prologue, I'm sure that's the way it's going to go. And I know everybody will work hard and in good faith and get the best possible results. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, well, yeah, before the court is the motion by the debtors or application by the debtors to approve the sale of the Bye Bye Baby IP assets, as all those terms are defined and further specified in the motion, and more importantly, the order approving the sale, which was filed yesterday, the latest form of order at docket 1275, and I've reviewed the order, and really, in this case where there has been an extensive auction process, sale process conducted by some of the most experienced and well-respected professionals anywhere, and this is where we came out. I am certain that this sale was conducted in good faith and achieved the highest and best value in the circumstances, disappointing as it may be in certain respects, that there was ample notice either through the court or through the public. Everyone knew that Bed Bath and Beyond and Bye Bye Baby and everything else related to them were for sale, and this is the end result of that. I think it satisfies all the criteria for a 363 sale, including there's obviously the consent of the secured parties and also whether it's express or implied, the unsecured creditors committee. No other objections filed, or objections that were filed were resolved. So I will approve the sale and wish you luck going forward in the continuing efforts to maximize value, and looks like try to conclude the case as quickly as possible. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Your Honor, I will now turn to the second and final item on today's agenda, which is the debtor's removal extension motion,
Right.
which was filed at docket number 786. The debtors seek entry of an order enlarging the time in which the debtors may file notices of removal with respect to any actions that are subject to removal under 28 U.S.C. 1452 and Bankruptcy Rule 9027 by 120 days to November 21st, 2023. The motion is unopposed, and the debtors have not previously requested an extension of the deadline to file notices of removal. And so unless Your Honor has any questions, the debtors respectfully request entry of the order attached to the motion filed at docket number 786.
I do have one question or comment, is that as we normally do, we look for the certificate of service on this, and for whatever reason, we weren't able to find it, and I don't know if that's because it's not readily available from a search of what all the affidavits of service that has been filed, or it wasn't filed and needs to be filed, or what? Are you familiar with that, or?
I'm not, admittedly, Your Honor. My understanding was that certificate of service was filed. To the extent it wasn't, we can, we're happy to rectify that in any way that you propose.
Right. So here's what happens with that, right? With the certificate of service, if a certificate of service, right, obviously doesn't have to be filed simultaneously with the service. It could say, for example, on July 11th, that on July 20th or July 22nd, Kroll served the removal motion, if that's what they did.
My understanding is that is what they did. And so if I understand your comments, we can then file a certificate of service saying that we, at that time, served the motion in accordance with the terms thereof.
All right. And then I think in any event, the motion was filed in time. It certainly was filed in time. I think it's still in time. So
Yep.
That's what you need.
Yep.
But on these motions, I do, and your notice provision indicated you served all the other parties to the actions that you knew about, and I really require that because sometimes people don't do that, and it doesn't seem fair to me when that's what's asked. But they're still almost never opposed, and I always grant them. But I do want to see that people were served.
Yep, totally understood. Totally
Notice is
understood.
an important aspect of what we do here. So that was my. Otherwise, it's completely fine, and certainly the debtor has been, and its professionals have been very busy attending to a number of tasks and removal, an extension of the removal period, which would be and is easily justified. So I have no problem with it. Just want to have notice.
Understood, Your Honor. And to the extent that we haven't filed that, we will file it.
Okay, great. All right. I think that covers the matters on the agenda.
That's all the debtors had for today.
Yeah. Anyone else have anything that they wish to be heard on? All right. Well, as has happened in the past, you've made things easier on me than maybe I deserve, but I'm glad to accept it, and I appreciate the party's efforts to get to all these resolutions, with another hearing coming a week from today on other matters. Okay, well, so that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And, good luck going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hmm. Good morning, July 12th, 2023. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures today. Adjust your volumes. I'm here. Good morning. Got about 10 minutes to open. Had CP live this morning at 8:30. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Tweeted out the stream. You guys are so kind. You'd retweet it and follow me on Twitter. And I will put the Discord link in the chat for you. If you haven't joined, welcome to join. It's a free Discord. Quite the morning so far, actually. So if you're here earlier, we just listened to the court hearing again. I kind of want to listen to it again, maybe midday when it's a little slower. Kind of break down what I'm thinking on it. Yeah, kind of interesting. But yeah, I didn't even look at the CPI numbers, but SPY liked it, so I traded futures right when it started to get green. I just opened up long on the futures, close them out here. Thought about reopening them here on this inverse head and shoulders bounce on view up, but decided to just chill for a bit. Still have our SPY strangle, so I'll be closing, probably be closing the call at open and then holding the put for some pullback. Put might end up just becoming worthless, but at least maybe we'll get a little value back on it. I've got a 4:45 call. We'll see what we open at. We got about 10 minutes. GME's ripping, so basically on the what we have here is the cup and handle broke out. Here's our cup, here's our handle. We were starting to build it yesterday, but of course we didn't know what was going to happen today with CPI, and it did. It continued. So had a breakout. Now we'll look for possible retrace and a bounce off of support. Was prior resistance. Might not get all the way down there, but that's kind of what I'll be looking for. Is if we get down here, I'll definitely be taking some longs, and probably even before here. So we're looking for some pullback and some patterns, reverse head and shoulders, cup and handles, whatever, bull flags, to confirm more upside, which I think so. This was a big break, very big break. I think unless we make a big reversal up here, which still could happen too, that is a possibility. Because now we have a shoulder here, could be building a head. So that's why you just kind of have to see if it kind of turns this resistance into support, then makes more bullish formations. Otherwise, if this drops below this and this becomes resistance, there's your shoulder for your head, or your shoulder for your head and shoulders. So yeah, gonna have to wait to see what happens there. But so far, yeah, we've got this cup handle breakout, and seems like seems bullish, basically bullish, and we'll just have to wait and see how high we go on this move. I'm thinking back to these numbers up here potentially. $452, $446. Could be anywhere in here. You start to get a lot more liquidity up here. Where it was traded more. You know, maybe even 458. Getting close to all-time highs. I mean, what, didn't NASDAQ hit all-time highs again? Or get close to it? I know, like the Magnificent 7 or whatever they did. Yeah, so NASDAQ's already passed our level there. This level here, 452, that's here on NASDAQ. And it's been trading, it's been above there and been trading there, so maybe it's time for SPY to catch up to this. And they'll probably both get a boost. NASDAQ has some resistance at 378. Yeah, I'll have to wait and see what's going on with that. But thank you guys for joining. Thanks for your support. Here we are. GME's up 1.5%. SPY's up 0.86%. Got an RSI divergence on the 5-minute there. Or what Where's that? 446. Is that the high? Oh wow, we're literally just hitting that high right now. The line I just drew. When was that? Oh, that's these highs right here. Interesting. Yeah, so hopefully we can kind of hang out up here for my straddle or strangle, and I can close out the calls for profit, and hopefully don't just melt back into close or back down here into open. I think we should be good though. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Mo Lava. First one on the day. Well done, sir. Good morning, Tyler. Good morning, Passing Cloud. Good morning, Russ. Good morning, Buzzin. I think it was two. Uh-oh. Morning, Cameron. Morning. Biput's probably dead. Looking for an exit this morning on it, most likely. With some pullback, some profit taking. That's highs and lows. Talk about GME and barbecue. I don't know. Intraday highs and lows is a hard one to muster. Maybe this is the high of GME today. GME hasn't really been moving with SPY a whole lot lately, really. It's been much stronger than SPY at times, and then it's not rallied with SPY, so tough to say. But GME has looked good for the last couple days. I start with that engulfing candle and kind of this bounce and this more aggressive support. So probably continue this uptrend. But it is already gapping up. As far as barbecue, I'm not sure. I really don't know. It ended yesterday so strong. It's still kind of below this trend. Popped above it, but basically a false breakout at this point unless we can hold back above it again. We did review that court hearing this morning. We'll go over it again later today, but I guess just summary, it's to me it seems yes, so Buy by Baby and Bed Bath & Beyond are basically both done. The IPs have been sold off and there are no more. The only chance at this point is a carve out of the rest of whatever's left, which I don't even know exactly what's left. I know there's bondholders and shareholders that both want money, which is not good. Distribution centers, like whatever's left, could be carved out and created into a separate company. Besides that, there's no potential as far as I understand. And what's left after the IP, what value does it have? I don't know. I don't know why it would have much value, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Some of the consensus was that Bed Bath & Beyond is done, and yeah, it is done. So us BYQ shareholders, you're basically hoping for someone to carve out and give you something else with what you have, as far as I can see it. 3 minutes to open. Number 7. Morning, Tasty. My cause loans is not important as restructuring people and things. Yeah, I didn't look too much into it. I just looked at some of the articles, and to me it seemed like he did it so to shore up his stock price, and not basically have it weighted so heavily on, or his loans so heavily on the share price of IEP, which was one of the main problems in the Hindenburg report with IEP, is that always, you know, he's using too much collateral for these lofty loans, and so that's the only way I took it. All the other stuff I'm not sure about. But morning, Zumi. Morning, AM Wood Outdoors. What a name. Up to side of full-time job. Sounds good, man. Morning, Maui. Morning, Guts. CP Live definitely got it wild Take me now with Teddy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's going to be. Or if it'll be anything. 450 profitable stores plus distribution. 450 profitable stores? I thought it was like 120. Is 100% of his holding collateralized for this loan? But he restructured it like you said, so it's not as risky for shareholders of IEP. Right? Net asset value instead of stock price, right? Yeah. Where are you getting this 450 number from? That sounds way off. Thought in chapter 11 they had like 120 profitable stores. Holy dings. Don't get fired this early in the morning. So HCTI was a Zip Trader pick. Looks like Domino's had earnings. It is up 14%. Express is up 1%. Spy's opening up 0.9. Barbecue at 28.72. Up 0.77%. So let's see. So yeah, it looks like at this point my calls do cover my puts. I'm only down 50 bucks on the puts. I'm up 120 on the calls, so it worked out. Basically, if we didn't get a big enough move, then it wouldn't have worked. There's a pop on barbecue, 29.50 up to 3.5%. 3.7. 4.2. $29.75 on barbecue. So it's up above that. It's up above that trend line, which is good. So what happens at 30 cents or so. I do have some MULN Joe, yeah. Not sure how long I'll hold it though. Like to see a gap fill and some support. Otherwise, I'm gonna cut my losses on it. Pac West is up 5%. 125 by baby, 300 BBY. Are they all profitable? Well, that's if they're not having to pay for anything because we're in chapter 11, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna just sell the call for now. And now I'll just hold on to the put. Try and get some value back if we get down to kind of the breakout 444 maybe. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Pierre. 85? What a legend. What a legend, Pierre. You made it 85 years. Champ. Morning, J Souls. And that old Helviz. Yeah, Helviz is a mess. I haven't messed with Helviz for a while. MULN is very interesting though. I think they're going bankrupt, but definitely could be some money to be made there first. GNS is up 6%. Lasers up 7. Barbecue 3.5. See, why is the stock price BYQ still so high? Which is part of my bullishness, I guess. Their SPY starts to go some more. Runs up 5%. Is this really the value of this? Just speculating that it's going to be carved out? Like that's the only conclusion I can have. Is it 218 million is what it's worth, with speculation that it's both IPs of the storage are gone, and it's just left with the guts. Halted. HCTI is halted. He's on a boat in Put-in Bay. All right, that's awesome, man. That's where an 85-year-old man belongs, on a boat in Put-in Bay. Really pay for more since all the offering won a ton of money. Yeah, I mean it costs a lot, but isn't that the point of Chapter 11? Well, yeah, they would have to reissue new stock because BBYQ is done, right? This is what's just been sold off, more or less. Isn't the only hope that you're gonna get issued that new stock if you hold this one? He's laughing. Good. Is he a looper? Barbecue 2902 at 1.8%. For sure, 0 out shareholders. I guess the only saving grace in all this is the NLOs, is that right? I'm not even sure if I still have any barbecue. Oh, I do actually have some on here. Those never sold. I tried to sell out yesterday. I sold out quite a bit. Yeah, I do still have some though. I meant to sell those. I might buy back in though. I really don't know. I'm kind of go back and forth on it often. It's pretty messed up. Like I've traded it and then it's just been a mess. But we're gonna listen to the court hearing again, and I have some questions and I have some thoughts. And I'd like your guys' input. What you guys think? If I'm wrong on stuff. Fubo's up 6%. Roots up 5%. Oh yeah, so my SPY puts down 95%. So I basically could just hold this thing. Basically worthless at this point. Which is awesome because the call I sold for what 130% or something. I don't usually do strategies like that specifically. Like sometimes I'll accidentally get into them. But to specifically do that, it's pretty cool. You only lose if, of course, if the SPY doesn't open up or down very far. It's just kind of pretty flat. Barbecue coming down a bit. More or less, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to be nervous about as a bankrupt company who just had the bankruptcy judge who knows about these things. Sad. 6th Street, the attorney, yes, he was like, there is a plan forward to get out of Chapter 11, which was very positive for whoever can benefit from that. I don't even know who does. Whoever's going to get the rest of the assets. And they're going to try and get them for cheap, so shareholders on that? I don't know. I guess if the NLO's like... but someone who was saying... oh, Running with Bears was talking about how NLOs are probably not even going to apply. Which you probably know about that, Cameron. I can't remember what he was talking about specifically. Built the locks before the Mississippi was a state? That's dope. Where the wires are. How is he talking to me right now? He's 85, he's not 140. My dad's almost 85. Come on. HCTI is still halted. Hey, Lords. You happy, Lords? Good to hear, man. GNS up 7.6. What is this? Did this ever fill that gap? Not close, man. We continue to get these RSI divergences. I guess that's not one. Wonder when our Twitter bot's gonna come back. I traded on TD. Kind of interesting. Actually worked pretty well. Oh, I hate the noise though. They're all on mute. Why is it still giving me noises? Hard figuring out my cost basis though at 4 5. It. Okay. 4509.50. Okay, I'm in a short there. Pretty close to my stop though. I don't want to talk too loud and scare it. GNS up 10%. Ubo 7.6. Snaps up 5. Dang, all these ones that looked good that I wanted to pull back on. No pullback for you. Just rally. Rip, rip, rally. So on Thinkorswim, it's what? It's like $8. $8 to do 3 contracts on the futures. 786. Yeah, I got stopped out. All right, I'll wait. Be patient. Barbecue 2850. GME's coming down a bit. MULN getting dunked on. Yeah. MULN's down 12. So gaps filled now on MULN. Needs to find support though. That's kind of edit right there. This is kind of where it needs to find support. Or might be hopping out of this thing. Oh yeah, we're past the 61.8. $14.71 would be the next bib level on there. Oh yeah, my put. I need to sell my put. Oh wait, we might get a better sell off. HCTI still halted. That is weird. Barbecue up 0.25%. Carl's lenders agreed to base his shares on assumed net asset value. Value car shares at 12 per share, and he sold 324 million. He's paying 3.7 million in PMT. So is that kind of the floor for the stock price then? Is $12? It can't go lower than that, or he's margin called, kind of. Not sold, but collateralized. Well done, Russ. Well done, buddy. Your sacrifice will be well remembered. KSCP? No, I'll check media. Gotta sort stuff out in the morning usually. Night scope. Yeah. Looked nice like 4 days ago. Now it looks like it's hitting resistance. First resistance to break. Buy coming up here. Early though, KSCP. I don't like it right now. It looks like it had a nice run though. That's true, there's still no shares available, huh? Yeah, there's just still some peculiar stuff with barbecue, I mean. Yeah, I don't get it. Very peculiar. Oh. Okay. GME's coming down some. Domino's up 10. And this is earnings. Oh, it's not. Partners with Uber for food orders. Interesting the reaction that Domino's had on that. I could see Uber, but Domino's. Yeah, no, I guess I see that now. I see. So, they're just allowing Uber Eats and Postmates to order Domino's now. Yeah, that should help a lot. That should help Uber also. Uber's not seeing it. That's strange. It helps Domino's so much and not Uber at all. Or just what calculations per share based on the company's actual reported net asset value. The original from collateralizing 60% of his lenders would liquidate and crash. Yeah, so he took the risk off basically, right? And that's why the stock rallied. That was one of the main reasons why it dumped, was the structure on it was kind of risky. Buy breaking the high there. I don't have a position on that. But yeah, I mean these other puts are basically worthless, so that's fun. Check media. Medea. In alternate universe, Happy doesn't actually know what he's talking about, and it's basically this. Yeah, pretty much. Ah! Hold on, let me turn that down. This is how you win at the stock market, dude. You know that? That's actually me. You guys know I have a mustache and a ponytail. Just all these machines are hitting or something. This is all you guys trying to follow my trades. I'm the dude with the mustache just setting it down. Oh my gosh. That was not urgent. Don't you ever waste my time with that. Margin call to sell a bunch of assets, which is the way it should be probably. HCTI is still halted, so I wonder if it's like a news halt. Wait, has it resumed and halted? No, it's just halted once. Buy more barbecue. Double on ransomware initiative for healthcare organizations. I can slot machines at casinos like meme stocks of the stock market. Just a lazy way to make money, or really lose money, but you think you're gonna make money. Just like the slot machines, they don't take any skill. You just sit there and hit it. We just throw all of our money in barbecue or GME or AMC or MULN or whatever stupid stock that has no value, instead of learning how to trade and just, you know, trade SPY or whatever. But sometimes they hit, and so that's why you keep doing it. Macy's is up 1%. Not much of a lift on that. Lift is up 1.5. Fisker. I've messed around with blackjack before. Casinos, yeah. Been a long time though. I'd go and do the high-low system. With a couple of colleagues, I guess you'd call them. And I never got like good at it. Have some success, but yeah, that's more fun than losing money in the stock market. Lose money in a casino, you get free drinks, feel some type of way. Zoom kind of rejecting that resistance there. Not good. Not good. Kind of makes me want to close that. Zoom and Teladoc are both. Oh, Teladoc's not quite there yet. I wouldn't rush into SPY puts. MULN reverse? No. Not yet. Always. If anything, I would probably pick up calls on a on a dip of sorts. That VWAP, that looks crazy strange. Brad is actually up. Don't know if I want to hold this rad position. Yeah, I'm closing out of Zoom for now. Sorry, Al. It was fun. I'll jump back in on confirmation of a breakout there. Maybe. Yeah, no, because this is a longer term play. Got plenty of time if it does break out. Given how long it's been consolidating there and accumulating. Take Generac for example. Did the breakout like here? You could have even grabbed it before there, but there. And I think this thing will probably keep going. I'd be slow J Souls though. Remember how the premium is just, you're paying a lot in the morning. Let me see here. First solar's up 1.5. We can have, yeah, Generac up 1.5. Wait, maybe now I can roll. I think I can roll my Generac short calls now. Should be able to. Not getting the same premium. Funds. Oh, it's because those calls kept going up and back. The short needs to come down a little bit. I'll be able to roll it. GNS 14%. Oh, I had a big pre-market move. Laser's up 7.5. Fubo's up 7.8. Laser. If GNS breaks that repeated resistance. Fubo 8.25. That was a big breakout on Fubo. This chart I didn't like much after all this. RSI divergence threw me off. So HCTI is still halted. I'm assuming there's some news or something. Wait. Did it resume and then rehalt? Oh, it has been. Oh, no way. It's just been immediately halting. Let's see. No, that's it. 9:53. Looks like it's halted twice, I think. 49. I think it just immediately halted again. Wow. What kind of stock did he pick? What's the float on here? 1.5 million? Are you kidding me? Sip trader? What are you doing? Madman. He mentioned this and it was like 8:15, so post market was done. However, this had already had a huge rally, so not sure if he told someone else that front ran it some, or if his reasoning was because of something that came out maybe after hours. I don't even know. MULN flush through. Well, let's see. We've got 1471. Last line of defense. We suck again. Laser's chart actually looks pretty nice. A huge inverse head and shoulders. Oh, what? Root actually looks really good too. Oh, that's right. They're getting bought out maybe. Ravana's up 3.5. Dude, this was a crazy move. About beyond 2.7. Oh yeah, I closed my beyond calls yesterday. It was starting to look like it was slowing down. Do want to reload though. Coming down a little bit. Barbecue 28.85. It's up 1.23%. Hmm. HCTI, Cameron, it's resumed actually, speaking of. 1.5 float, 0.5 million. Banks are ripping today. You do have this inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute on barbecue. Created by that dip from the court hearing. Just pretty steady between this range though. Need a breakout of 30 cents to the upside or 27.63 area to the downside. Bing bong. Sorry, I have those notifications turned off. They just continue. Yeah, Pac West up 4%. IP consolidating pretty nice up here. MULN's down 13.3. Wait, MULN has options, doesn't it? Yes. Guess I could have sold some options. If it rips again, maybe I will. Try and recoup. Rad's up 1.5. Guess I'll hold that. Waiting on neg still. I don't know if I got enough time. Macy's. Dude, these lift calls are up like... Oh. Macy's and the lift calls both came down a lot. Crazy. Bye. What? Doing? Dude, these freaking notifications. Oh, TD is $8 in, $8 out for 3 contracts. Hmm. So I want to be trading the bigger ones. There's new high of the day on SPY. GME up 0.7. HCTI up. Oh, I halted again. Halted the downside. Bubo 7.25. Laser 9%. I mean, I have it on my watch list. Yeah, halted down. I don't want to mess with stock. It's so such a tiny float. Just getting halted. I've got top for that. Speaking of, maybe I'll get back into Jeff Brands. Kind of melting up here. AMC is up 1%. We might have a reversal today. It's gonna take some time though if it happens. On the SPY. Yeah, snaps up 5. I have notes. Long on snap. I mean, yeah, it's still up more though. Oh, beyond 4%. That could have held. I didn't have a whole lot of time on it. Till next Friday. Why would I close though? Look at that chart. New high of the day there. Barbecue is now red. Red hot barbecue. NRGV is up 10%. Oh, that thing's actually nice. Nice breakout today too. What? Did NRGV get options? MULN. Maybe found a bottom here. Inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute. I'm back up to VWAP. Ravana 6.8%. Bet MULN will try and fill this gap today. Maybe not. I think it is about to rally. About to blow. 6.8% on Carvana. Rocket's up 4%. What's going on with Rocket? We'll sell off on Snap there. Whoa. What other day do we have today? Oh, we have Barkin's been speaking since 8:30, so he's probably done. Kashkari speaks at 9:45, so he's probably on right now. Then Bostic is at 1, which he sometimes is hawkish. The Fed speakers, I think that's partially for the reason for the slow price action. Market's just being careful. Treading softly. Tread softly. Larry at MULN reportedly fired. Who's Larry? That's CEO. Stock's gonna rally on that probably. Not seeing anything on that. Larry Mullen will not play in Band's Las Vegas residency. Ace Ventura definitely ruined Moaz. Freaking chump. HCTI looks like it's consolidating around VWAP, just with halts back and forth because it's such a tiny float. SPY is just melting up, not giving many great opportunities to go long. I was gonna go long on this one, but it failed. You heard it. It went dang on TD. Not a huge move, but had the right idea. I think it's good, the IP news. I mean, that's the stock's reaction was the reason for that. So yeah, I think you're good. Yeah, just these little ticks though are pretty big moves on HCTI, like 4%. That's crazy. Rob's Epic Adventures. Downsides of default are much worse. Barbecue 28.56, up 2% or 0.2%. Persian Zuckerberg never blinks. Oh, there you go, SPY. Let it out a little bit. Could be setting up a head and shoulders here. See if his right shoulder forms and breaks out of this upward channel. Sore. Dude, I took the long there. That sound was. MULN coming back down a little bit. Do you guys think MULN's selling off because of some rumor? Was it CEO being fired? Who was fired or quit? Hey, Josip. Icon buying BBBYQ. I don't know if he'd be so good though, honestly. Like, why would Icon? Just because we've heard of him means he'd give shareholders equity value. A lot of hungry shareholders and bondholders. Yeah, getting a little double top here. I'm very very perplexed by this sound. Okay, getting ready to short. GNS up 11.5. RGV 12%. Like HCTI sold off a bit. I hardly moved anywhere on the chart, but it's like 40%, I think. Was that like 160? Yeah, that's crazy. Things really moving. You definitely scalp that. It's probably hard to get in and out of. Macy's wants it so bad. Lyft also. Thinking of adding to these actually. RX? Nvidia invested in them? A pharmaceutical company? Nvidia invested in them? Weird. Lords, why are you sad now? You were happy this morning. The barbecue was down. Now it's higher. You have a short position, Lords? I knew it. Something about AMC and that $4 level just doesn't want to go below it ever. It's kind of crazy. Once it does, it's gonna be such a big drop. Double bottom on MULN. MULN. Maybe. I just see a failed inverse head and shoulders. See if it's a double bottom. Puppy on the spy. And Ford, oh, what's his name speaking, I think. Yeah, we've got I don't know, Kashkari's been talking since 9:45. Hey, pop it. HCTI melting down. Barbecue as well, down 1.4% now. Alright, I closed out the rest of my barbecue. Wait. You've got what, next Tuesday for a deadline? Or for the next meeting? On when 6th Street's supposed to tell them what they're doing, I think? Is that the census? Yeah, I sold some $4 cash good puts on AMC. It's been good, but if it just hangs out down there, it takes a while to get the decay. That's the thing. If it starts to rally, then yeah, you can close it out quick. But since it hasn't, the IV hasn't been dropping at all, so you're just looking for it to stay above there, of course, or go up. But it hasn't been going up at all, so it's been kind of a waiting game. Bum-bum. And with AMC, I mean, there's always a reason why IV is high, but AMC, I think, the reason is they're pricing in, market makers are pricing in a big event, and the demand for the puts is crazy on AMC. Was it that one we were looking at where it's like, it was heavily weighted? The premiums were just quite a bit more on the put side than the call side, like noticeably. See if I can roll these. Nope. No roll for you. Should be freeing up some buying power though. Close out of the Zoom calls. Close out of barbecue. I have to wait till tomorrow. The next day. Maybe get back into Zoom if have a break of one of these channels. Nirvana almost 10%. CI's up 20. A lot of volume on that one today, huh? Restructure due before the 22nd. Wish is up 5.5. Yeah, Carvana's still going, man. It's crazy. 9.5% now. This thing wants $60. Do a little buy right for 60 is pretty far out of the money. Premiums are pretty good though. Almost 200% IV. In phase is up 4.5. Doesn't look too bad. Laser. Yeah, AMC is like always top on the naked puts screener. Upstart still had quite the rally. Grupo, Carvana, Mara. Mara has not stopped its escalator. I'd do some cash good puts on Beyond if it has a pullback. 14.5. Calls also. Bottomscape's up 2.5. WW. Lucid's down 11. That's interesting. 14 billion market cap on this thing. Oh my gosh. 5 puts on it? Yes. I'm kind of breaking that head and shoulders a bit. UNS hanging out at VWAP. There it is. Dude, seriously? Where is it coming from? Oh, it's coming from that. That's why. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm in for some daily puts. I front run it too much. This thing, I'm like muting tabs and stuff. It's the desktop. Oh shoot, it's too early. Dang, false breakout. Where are my settings on here? Setup. There we go. And turn off all these notifications. Maybe that'll do it. I want to go through and set up hotkeys. Maybe using Thinkorswim is the way to do it. Enable chat notification sounds. None. Okay, maybe now it won't keep binging. Bring, bring, bring. Wasn't a false break. It's a little precursor. Couple more levels to break. And then back to low of day. That's the next level it has to break. You just saw it bounce on it. Little flush there on barbecue. Down 3.5 now, 27.51. 4.4%, 27.25. Alright, it needs to break this level here. Otherwise, we're going to be chopping around and chopping and banging and channel bound longer. It's fine. It's still pretty early. It's not even not quite 11. There it is. There it is. Oh. Yes. Just wait, J Souls. Too anxious. It might be though. Yep. Alright, yeah. You can see it on that level. Yep. Ugh. There it is. Do it. Oh. It's ready. Primed. Not ready. Not ready. Do I still got sounds? You. What is it? What is it? I seriously don't know where that sound's coming from. Was the Trump researchers being investigated for market manipulation? Oh, really? Nice. Hmm. Okay. Barbecue 27.55, down 3.3%. It's building this right shoulder. See if it rejects it or not, though. Price right on the line. If it does break, it might flush. If it doesn't, we might rip back up to the high. Barbecue down 4.5. 27.20. 27.02. I think that's a pretty big level. Yeah. Supply is melting. Melting down now. Yeah, MULN made new lows. Looking for a bounce on 1471. Maybe 15 cents. That's the last fib retracement here. So SPY's kind of building up, got a head and shoulders here. It's just starting to maybe break the neckline. And then it's also building this kind of inverse cup. So look for low of the day. Potential support for a bounce. The handle, which is also lining up with VWAP. VWAP is actually close to the low of the day. Interesting. I'll probably close out of my puts down here where you get there. And same with the futures. And then maybe get back in the futures on a bounce with a handle. It works out that way. MULN's down 17. Front runner is here. Sorry, Archer. Closed my Zoom calls today. It's rejecting right on the line I drew. I just had to out of principle, out of the beautiful rejection on that line. And I was slightly positive on him. Still holding Teladoc though. I think it has a little bit more room. I'm down to get back into Zoom on a break. So I'll miss some of the gains, but yeah, didn't get a good entry. If I got a good entry on Zoom, then it'd be different. If I got it on this bounce, this red candle or this green candle, then yeah, I would have been down to hold it longer. But for whatever reason, I got it kind of in the middle of the channel and didn't patiently wait for a good entry. I'll bounce around barbecue, it'll bounce around SPY. 27.79, 3.5% on barbecue. 28 cents on barbecue, down 1.75. Chain racks up 1.65. GME up 0.5%. SPY might now be stuck in this channel, horizontal channel. It continues to hold support here. We might melt back up to those highs and then bounce around here. BBLT down 1.9. I want to add to this one. Yeah, I think I do. Hmm. Barbecue bounced back up a little bit, 28.33. Going down 0.6% now. Buys bouncing a bit as well. This right shoulder is really pretty strong. All right, it's 11:20. Thanks guys for your likes today. I appreciate it. Got 27 likes on the stream. Put a poll up for you guys to answer. There you go. Cast your votes. Quad? Not sure if I've ever seen quad. Don't think I have. Nice breakout today on it though. A nice inverse head and shoulders here. Yep, to break out of that resistance. There's the next pretty big resistance where it's at right now. So yeah, be patient. Might reject here. It breaks. You got another one back up here. 540. 511. 540. And for those to break. Got some trends here, trend lines that it's been supporting and respecting. Here's the breakout that you got. Barbecue back to even. So a little below the range I thought of 27.76. It's like it's 127 cents or so as a support. See if that resistance is as high as 30 cents still or not. Buy's coming down here a bit. Green on barbecue. Did I say MULN? I don't know. Green on barbecue. 28.74. MULN's down 16%. You have this RSI divergence happening on the 5-minute. MACD did flip bullish, and you're getting to that 78.6% level. So, reversal here, I would imagine, or very near to here. Oh man. Wish is up 7.2. Oh wow. Troop. Close out of those positions just in time. This news related? Leaves a hold from Piper Sandler. Is that what it's from? Might get back cash secured puts on it. I'll be patient. I'll wait. An RSI divergence. They set up an engulfing candle. Give it a couple days. Lucid's down almost 10. Oil SPY. You're just wanting to chop around now. Yesterday was the nice day. That extended hours move with CP La. What even was CP La? I didn't even see. It was 0.3? Wait. That was the median forecast. Wow, they had it low. What was the actual? Not telling me. Finger motion down 7.5. Oh, IAP is down 4%. Or gap fill maybe on that one. Like some votes have come in. Got 9 votes. I'll close the poll in 5 minutes. Give you guys plenty of time. It's not a very long deal. I watched this morning, but I want to watch it again. Maybe some of you or any of you want to jump on voice chat during it. You're welcome. I'm curious what it all means. Yep, I hit B. Come down a bit. Spies coming down there. If you can break this low this time. I'll hop out of my puts if we can't. Maybe my futures too. Get a flush through there. Did break that low. Probably close these at VWAP. At least one or two of them. Oh, it's fighting. Closing one. Okay, coming down some more. Upload's down 1.6. Lift is flat. M's down 0.25%. Neg is flat. Rat down 0.3. Melodoc's flat. Their solar's up 2.5. Fisker's down 1.25. Joby's up 3.7. Lucid down 10.5. Rivian up 1.8. Buy. Buy up 0.94. Barbecue up 0.81. 28.73. There's their flush. MULN hasn't bounced yet. Hmm. You want to get into Carvana on the put side? Yeah, sell the premium. Barbecue kind of rejecting view up there. On 1% now, 28.20. Sell the calls or sell the put. Beyond's holding up 2.25. And barbecue back to green. Dance around that VWAP. Dish is up 1.9. Do I have dish calls? No. Am I getting close to VWAP? There's VWAP on it. And I'm selling another one. 115% on those. That ain't bad. Got one more. The gap fill. Oh wow, look at that flush. She did start filling the gap. Holy smokes. Just went up another 100% on those contracts. My 439s are going to start to get profitable. Holy stop losses. Whoa. I've got to sell another one. This is crazy. That is neat. That was some crazy flushing. That just hit the low of the kind of the bull flag from pre-market CPI. All these futures are up quite a bit too. I'll close these also. Well, we're still going. Close one. Dude, this sound. Close another one. It's consolidating down here though. We'll see if it builds a handle now. Kind of did an inverse cup in the oh, that was all of them. Okay. Good. Kind of did an inverse cup with extended hours even because the right side of this cup is large. I think that's just from all just the flushing and stop losses and stuff. I would have expected it to hold support there, but all that from CPI and people's orders. All right, look for a handle to reload. Hold on, I'm reloading. Probably a good idea, Tasty. I know you guys like the sound, but I don't always want to tell you when I'm going long or short. And it's loud. Buy some charcoal for your barbecue. Help. Better get like that lighter fluid free barbecue charcoal. All right, where are you guys at on this? We got our flush we're finally waiting for. 50-50, you kidding me? Oak P up. Nothing like making gains back on an account that's just been getting sucked capital out of it from MULN. MULN. Looks like it might be starting to go now though a little bit. See this trend kind of starting to break. Whoop, heck. Oh, P is your senior citizen homie. Napping. Something like forever light. Never going out charcoal. This is the way. MULN might be bottoming for the day. All I can say. It did fill the gap. Last retracement here is 78.6. If it doesn't hold that, then you're definitely going back to lows, I would say. Maybe 13 cents, but yeah, I think the low in the day looks like it's in. What's Nokia? Nice Bruce. If you're on the senior. I mean, I think it's probably going bankrupt eventually, so if it has another run in it, great, but I'd be careful for sure on MULN. $52 say no. Alright, I'm ending it. You guys don't want to watch it? If you do want to watch it, it's on yesterday's stream. At the starts at like 5:40. 5:40. I'll probably watch it again at some point. Maybe later in the stream. Just kind of dissect a little bit. A lot of information in that one, finally. You can hear you now. You gave him a miracle ear. Back up to VWAP. Resistance, prior support. Maybe with MULN is the VWAP so low, you really want to break that today. Wouldn't be much of a bounce if it just gets to VWAP. Gonna be patient and careful getting back into anything on SPY or futures after that big move. Just chop the rest of the day, who knows? Volatile now though. Now you're seeing it move.
2021.
Oh, look at that
And
candle.
when you go down deeper, monthly inflation from core goods, housing, and super core services, which are all categories the Fed watches closely, all declined from the previous month. So it's overall great news.
Look, it was the smallest increase since March of 2021.
Oh, 0.2. Wow.
A far cry from the 9.1%.
Estimates were 0.3. That's crazy. The estimates were pretty conservative, or pretty aggressive.
Things that are running hot, including motor vehicle repair, frozen vegetables, pet food, candy, insurance, bread. There were still some things that are still very inflationary and above the 10% mark. So the likelihood of the Fed raising rates again and again?
So the likelihood of the Fed raising rates in July is pretty high. They've made it very clear in the past few weeks that they're taking a hawkish approach to the rate hikes in July. So that should probably still happen, although it's unclear what will happen for the rest of the year because inflation is moving in the right direction. As you mentioned, though, there are categories where inflation is still running hot, like car repairs, maintenance, insurance, things like that, still fall out from the pandemic and supply chain disruptions as car prices have been very high. It's more expensive to repair them, etc. But going into the rest of the year, inflation is still too high for the Fed to claim victory. This is good news as we're moving in the right direction, closer to their 2% target, but we're still at 3%, which is too high. And it's important to keep in mind that it might be harder to get from 3% to 2%, even though it was so high at 8%, 9% in the past few years. It might be harder to get it down even farther as inflation expectations become more entrenched by the consumer.
Sure. A quick thought on recession.
On recession, yeah, that's the million-dollar question.
How likely do you think that is or is not?
Well, this is good news, and it shows that the possibility of a soft landing, it's still a possibility because inflation is coming down. The labor market is still strong. I guess the big question is, will consumer spending be able to keep up with the pace that it's been at? At Morning Consult, our demand indicators for everything besides housing are flashing red signals. Folks are becoming more price sensitive, which means that they're more likely to walk away from purchases that have a higher than expected price.
Next down 2%.
Demand cooling and excess savings have been draining down as well. And it's unclear if consumer spending will be able to keep up the pace to prop up the economy going forward. So while inflation is bringing good news, like if we were going to have a soft landing, this would be what would happen. It all kind of depends on if the consumer can sustain the spending and prop up the economy going.
And joining our conversation, Rebecca Walzer, president of Walzer Wealth Management. Thank you for being here.
With you, Nicole. Thank you for having me.
Just cut that girl off.
Your thoughts on this print? Obviously, it was cooler than
The
expected.
heck?
It was cooler than expected, but I think a lot of people were thinking that, right?
Yeah, I think that, while we saw the PCE come down, obviously,
Black calls?
from May, 3 to 3.
Hope we got a good entry on him. We got him here. He started to wick. Probably should have sold him by VWAP.
Right, and also we're basically at the
I wouldn't expect it to move back up to 446 or high of the day.
But there are still things
I think
that are running hot.
low of the day is probably your
The job market and the labor market.
selling call target for a little scalp.
10 million. We did drop from over 10 million to just under 10 million jobs available. And if you look at the ADP report, you can see.
I mean, we could come back up, I guess.
Were created right
I don't know.
Small businesses. So we know that the labor market is still hot, and that's going to keep giving us wage increases because that has to entice people to come back. Wage increases means we're going to keep seeing inflation. I don't think we're not going to get out of July without
Attorney,
a hike.
pilot, yachtsman, great man, non-typical friend. Sounds good, man.
And Sophia, when you think about these hikes
Pilot.
that are more likely than not, we had
Nice.
on Dan Rogers
Like a good life.
earlier, and he thought
Good life
for
he's
the
lived.
holiday season, for example, that people would be spending.
Yeah, there's definitely seasonal trends with spending.
Whoa, another
we're seeing that
flush.
also in the summer, so spending is being propped up
Good
by
spy's volatile
vacation-related
now.
services and things like that.
Thing
The
just
holidays
woke
are-
up.
It's another time of the year
Might go
where
long
folks
here.
start to spend more. So
I don't
that
know
could
though.
prop up spending, and that could create
Kinda just a
more
gamble.
demand and keep the heat going in the economy, which could lead to more rate hikes.
Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on what the consumer may or may not do?
Well, I think that this is
No,
a
it's
very
just
bifurcated complicated economy. You know, Nicole, the haves still have
Getting
it, they're
everybody's
still
stop
spending,
losses
luxury
and
is still, you know, retail is obviously coming down. We see
getting
that.
people
But,
stuck.
you know, there's other people that are already living in a recession. They've got 2 jobs. They're really at the kitchen table and having a hard time with how they're more, maybe they can't afford a house now because the rates are too high. There's a lot of people that are feeling the pain in this economy. So I don't want to just disregard them and say everything is fixed and everything's fine. I still think Powell, based on his comments that he made abroad, that he has consensus that will be more and
It is kind of finding support though at the VWAP from pre-market. Well, unless it breaks it here.
Unless something crazy happens, Nicole.
And look, there's some really key things here. Jackson Hole, everybody's saying Jackson Hole will be more important than ever. Also the comps, because
It's volatile right now.
because energy was more expensive last year.
Exactly.
Gasoline prices have come down significantly. I know we look at the core, but final thoughts here.
Right. I think that people just have to be braced for still a mixed bag of results. Some good news, bad news, good news, bad news, and we're going to keep slogging through it. But this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's great to have you both on. I really appreciate it. Rebecca Walzer, president of Walzer Wealth Management, and Sophia Bake of Morning Consult. Thank you both. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. Today we see the markets jumping to some new highs of 2023 on that cooler than expected inflation print. I'm Nicole Pettit.
That's true. High of the year.
With me every single weekday, 11 a.m.
Did it. We did it, guys.
Right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Fast Market is next.
What about that other girl she just waved bye to? The one she cut off. And she was hanging out that whole time, then after she cut her off, just a wave. Well, see you later. He's had a good life. Yeah. I've had a good life. I just started living too. Old people, man. So quick to jump to death conclusions. The noise never ends.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast
I took the
Market
long there.
Spotlight. We've got a great lineup for you today, including discussions and strategies in PepsiCo, which is relatively flat this year into their earnings tomorrow morning, and Salesforce
Probably close it at VWAP.
One-year highs after announcing price hikes. Mike Foley will break down consumer sentiment data on the housing market, including Zillow and Redfin stocks. Now, 2.5 hours into the trading day, stocks are sharply higher and yields fell after data showed a slowdown in inflation, which bolstered speculation the Federal Reserve is nearing the end of its interest rate hikes. CPI data came in below expectations with the year-over-year core at 4.8%, which is the lowest print since October of 2021. Now let's take a look at the major indices. I mentioned it's a sharp rally, but at the same time, we're far off of the session highs. We've given some back here a little bit. S&P 500 still up 0.6 today. Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 0.5% or 150 points. NASDAQ 100 up nearly just over 0.75%, and the small caps, Russell 2000 up over 1%. That's been the leader so far this week. To help me break down the market action, let's bring in my co-host Kevin Hinks. Kevin, you know, when I first saw the prints, I was pretty shocked that core was under 5% year over year.
Oh, there's a little flush there.
Both on headline and core. But this is exactly what we want to see, right? And that's why the markets are acting favorably, right?
Weaker across the board. Every number was below expectations. The core now went from 5.3 to 4.8. That's a pretty big move. I think the headline number we knew about. We warned you. If that was a surprise, you're watching the wrong shows. All I can tell you. So, because we've been talking about this for a month,
Right.
that number was going to come
Fly back to the low of the day.
I think, you know,
Oh, there's
some
a flush.
other things, it was nice to see. Here's my problems, Tom.
Sort of.
Used cars and trucks,
Yeah.
down 0.5%.
Right.
Good, solid number.
If it bounces
They were
here.
at 4.4 2 months in a row, so 8.8% minus 0.5% is still 8.3%. They're up over 3 months.
Right.
Still high.
Right.
So I thought electricity up 0.9, gasoline up a full percent.
Right.
So
Year over year numbers are really coming down, but you're
Yes.
right. The month over month numbers, actually, it might flip flop in from year over year
Eventually.
into month over month, right?
So I thought food up 0.1 was good. Food at home unchanged, but food away up 0.4.
Yeah, 0.4,
So
yeah.
there are still some concerning numbers in this report, but the entirety, right, is I didn't see a lot of big numbers in either direction, which is probably calming.
Yeah.
But all things considered, you know, the market's so often, Tom, trade off of what the consensus is.
Right.
And the consensus was for 3.1 and 5. It came in lower. Market liked it.
Yep, definitely. And you wonder, you know, these are volatile numbers that are going on right now. You got year over year comparisons that might not mesh. You got crude oil back near $76 a barrel. What kind of effect will that have on CPI data moving forward? But definitely moving in the right direction. Top story, one of the top stories today is in the food delivery business, Uber and Domino's Pizza. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent, here to help us break down this
Jenny,
Jenny,
you look like a sunshine today, Jenny.
It involves Domino's. For some reason, you still call it pizza. I live in Chicago. It's not pizza, but what's the story?
I will go to my grave, Tom, defending Domino's Pizza, because until you've had it, which I don't believe you've had it in the last decade, then you do not get an opinion on the quality of Domino's
That's
Pizza.
it, Jenny.
And now the quality of their delivery, which seems like with this partnership could be improved, because that has since been a major concern from Domino's. In their last several earnings reports, they do not have enough drivers to then meet the demand for their delivery. So this I see as a huge positive, but it's sort of interesting. If you follow Domino's for the better part of the last decade, like I of course have, you know, they've taken a pretty sizable stance against these third-party delivery apps. They were one of the companies that pioneered the technology behind the delivery tracking app. So this is then going against their whole sort of narrative. They did announce this deal to allow customers to order through Uber Eats, and then Uber Eats subsidiary being Postmates. The initial rollout will begin in 4 markets. However, they do plan to be available throughout the U.S. as well as Europe and Canada by the end of 2023.
Tell 'em,
Domino's
Jenny.
CEO did say in an interview that
Put some Jenny
through
hype in the
chain of its
chat.
operations, which will still deliver pizza, they aim to generate now billions of dollars through this deal with Uber Eats. And although the actual terms of the deal specifically will not be disclosed. Now, Uber Eats, DoorDash, and other of these third-party apps have said that pizza sales are up have accounted for about 14% of their overall sales in the last 7
Works out as your
years.
babysitter?
That's actually up from pre-pandemic levels.
Okay.
So pizza's still overall dominates the delivery market and is only expected to continue growing from here. But again, Domino's has to address the fact that they've had some significant wait times. Unhappy customers have taken to Twitter and really discussed the fact that Domino's is just frankly taking too long when you have other apps that are doing it better. So this is, I think, seen as a way to curb some of that general annoyance customers have voiced.
You can sell naked calls on margin.
In April, its U.S. delivery of its same-store sales for the 3 months that ended March 26th had declined 2% year over year. The street has not been happy with this stock, and I think it speaks to that, given the fact that we saw shares up only 6% into today's session on the year. Now shares with this nice move higher are up 12%.
May your
this was the name that was
sales always be taught.
Overall restaurant and fast food space. I mean, compare this name to Shake Shack, Sweetgreen, Chipotle. It was just looking absolutely disappointing, frankly.
Jenny Horn's segment on Fast Market, sponsored by Domino's Pizza, where you can get more for your delivery. No, I'm sorry. You know, Jenny, isn't this, I think of Domino's and I think of how they were a bit stubborn to embrace delivery of food, even though they invented it, the pizza business. But isn't this just like, I think for comparisons and parallels, like Ford and GM adopting Tesla's charging stations. This is just Domino's Pizza embracing the new technology, the new giga worker, and saying, you know what, we're in on it too, right? Isn't this just a capitulation of them saying, we need to get with what's going on in the U.S. economy?
Totally. I completely agree, Kevin. I thought for so long it was such a misstep the way that they were so adamantly against these third-party delivery apps. So now I think they're just sort of succumbing to the fact that, hey, we can't compete with names like Papa John's. And if anything, this is to me a marketing tool, right? This gets then Domino's on these other platforms. So someone that, say, is a frequent Uber Eats or Postmates user, if they go onto these apps, they just see Domino's as that added option, or say they see that name and then it sort of brings that name to mind. I think that familiarity is something they need here, because if you have someone like me, I'm not the target customer anymore because I'm going to repeatedly go to, of course, Domino's app. I mean, I do know my delivery person for Domino's on a first name basis.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm not who they're targeting. They need to target those new customers.
These guys are laughing at her.
Existing third-party apps. So this was always to me a bit of a mystery why they were taking such a strong stance. It's again like get with the times. It's sort of like
on a first name basis.
Technology or be forgotten, and unfortunately for them, they have somewhat been forgotten. So this is now, I think, definitely the right move. Just I think about a year, 2 years too late.
She knows her pizza delivery by first name.
Shame, Jenny.
His name's Michael. He's lovely.
You live in Chicago. There's great pizza everywhere. Shame, Jenny. That's all I've got to say. All right, Jenny Horn, market correspondent, breaking down the news, Domino's and Uber. But now let's bring in Nick Theodorakis, Financial Risk Management Director at TD Ameritrade. Nick, what was your first reaction to the inflation data? Markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ at 2023 highs going into this number. We've given up some of those gains, but I mean, this is progress, right, on the inflation front.
Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have jumped in anything yet. Market's got to
I want to go to Bert's Pizza and have like this
chop out.
Amazing experience that is not delivered on a bicycle to your house. But I digress. I'm very hungry.
Well, here's the question. Hold on. Here's the question. When's the last time you guys had Domino's Pizza? There.
Not that long ago.
Because young kids, Jenny's right. Here's where Jenny Horn is spot on. Young kids love Domino's Pizza.
My kids like going to sitting outside at Bert's too. I don't know.
I have younger children, and they love ordering Domino's Pizza. And it's about, it's very inexpensive.
I'm never going to agree.
Mine do too.
I'm never going to agree. I live in Chicago. We got great pizza everywhere.
All right.
Go ahead.
Let's go. Let's go. Inflation. No inflation at Domino's.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Look, the number this morning was really good. I think, you guys have talked about a lot of the details already. I think the concerning thing for me, I'll just take that side of it, right? Positive. Why aren't we keeping these sort of, rocket to the moon highs that we saw on the start of the number? Well, some of the housing information was interesting. We've heard the Fed.
Yeah, you could cover your short call with a long call, make it a spread. Sure.
We still have more work to do regardless. So it wasn't enough to tip the hand. I think that's why we're not holding the highs mainly. But when you look at some of the details here, fuel costs are going back up a bit.
Right.
Housing is still really
your
high.
Sales always be taught.
We know that there hasn't been an easing material
sailor phrase.
In the labor market.
It's probably in movies too, I guess.
It's directionally correct in most categories. But I think this we've been talking about this for a while, and every time one of these numbers comes out, we say, well, it's a bit of whack-a-mole. It's better here, but autos got a bit worse again, gas got a bit worse again. Airline, I thought was a really positive one.
I can look at
tickets came down a lot.
at quad. It's kind of difficult. That one has a big gap, right?
Which is interesting. People are maybe getting a little bit scared off by the fact that there's been so many issues, But there's general positivity in here. The headline numbers down. But there is still this game of whack-a-mole that I think is very, very challenging for the Fed to deal with, because it's not just everything is straight line down and we're doing fine.
Yeah, Kevin, I think that's a concern also. But to Nick's point,
moving
employment
up here.
is solid, right? Wages are growing a little bit. That might add to inflation, the comfort level that people have with spending. But then you look at the moves in some of the asset classes today. The dollar is hitting over 1-year lows.
Yeah, almost 2-year lows.
Yeah, yields. I mean, the 10-year was nearly 4.1% last week or earlier this week. Now down below 4%, back below 4%, back below 3.9%. That lends to and tends to kind of gravitate towards equities expanding a little bit, but we're definitely off of highs right now. But those are supportive measures, right?
It's going to be hard to sell this market off with a lower dollar,
getting back to VWAP
and lower yields. My theory,
got a bad entry on the long, so not a whole lot of profit here.
Is because it's, the whispers were early in the week that this was going to be a softer number. And I think that fueled the dollar. Why? Because the end product is that Europe, the UK, they're going to have to be more hawkish than we are. We're closer to the end of our rate hikes. They're still in the middle. Christine Lagarde talking extremely hawkish in her comments. So that could be boosting their currency, weighing on the U.S. dollar. Now, it's counterintuitive, but a lower U.S. dollar is really good for U.S. stocks and multinationals. Right. So it doesn't sound like it's a good thing, but it really is a good thing for the dollar to be lower. So all these things are fueling a market that it may not scream the new levels, but it is going down.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And you typically see that out of earnings reports. We got earnings season kicking off later this week, that a company will say, oh, in constant currency, we did this when the dollar's really high. When the dollar's really low, they just take it, right?
They just say, look how good we're doing. They don't,
Nick, when you look at that, and don't forget, Fed's Barkin and Kashkari came out today with some pretty hawkish commentary, which isn't surprising.
Kashkari talking about banks was really fascinating. I've got it here.
Yeah.
He wants to return. One way supervisors can ensure banks are prepared is to run new high inflation stress tests.
Yeah.
How would the banks do it?
There's still profit there.
I thought that was kind of interesting.
I'll wait for a better setup. It's too early. After this big of a move, you got to let it settle down and chop and get a range and
one of the things that we've got coming up is the NASDAQ
build some
rebalance.
signals.
I know you're in the risk aspect of the financial side of the business, but when you look at that, is that a concern here? Because the weighting of the NASDAQ 100
slowly
is
climbing
really
back,
skewed towards the elite 8, as I like to call them, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could spend a whole show on either one of these topics all alone. Just to touch on the bank concerns or the bank kind of commentary, when the Fed started raising rates, they were telegraphing to banks, 75 or 100 basis points. They did 5 or more times that, right, to get to so far. So, I think everybody has to take them pretty seriously when they talk about, higher for longer and potentially higher from here.
Some didn't.
Changes capital requirements, potentially. There's a lot of potentials for banks out there. The other thing that you bring up, Tom, is rebalancing, and equally important.
Check out quad.
Because when you look at the weighting, this isn't any longer just a 6-8 stock rally, right? There's a lot of stuff that's significantly off the lows from last year.
Right.
And that's
Quad at the resistance. What is considered will break above it?
Nvidia.
Depends on your plan on how long you're trying to trade it. If you're trying to scalp it for a couple minutes, a couple days, hours, whatever.
You really have to pay
So
attention.
if you're looking at longer time frames, like daily candles, you're going to want it to have a daily candle above it, I'd say. Open and close above it.
There's oftentimes, if you're in some of these sort of second and third tier names,
not wick above it.
in and out, there is an effect on those. You certainly can, if you get removed from the index.
I like to trade longer time frames. Usually easier to trade. Everything's moving much slower.
Be a bit of a halo effect there. But the way that some of these names are really almost too
trying to resort to daily.
Now is kind of how you're reading it.
But yeah, I mean, right now it's just at resistance, right? So
that it does skew it. And you
But
really
it's
have
a
to be-
whole
you have to be
area. It's
aware
not
of that.
just
You have to be aware of
right there,
when the balance
4.755. It
averages
could come
the
up a little bit
index
more and
itself,
still be
there is
at a resistance. You know,
absolutely volatility
4.8.
that happens almost
So it
every
has
single
has
day.
room.
That-
Has
that
it's kind of
people
a
probably want to know
a
is, are there
range.
going to be imbalances?
Right.
Right? Are there going to be big gaps upward in some of these other names and downward in these?
Fortunately,
other
this just
names?
isn't a good setup right now.
Check the NASDAQ 100,
Anything I would
they're
look
gonna
for
have
some
to, you know, if
signs of
Apple-
resistance
Apple
in this
is going
area
to
to
be,
short it.
You know, that big of a portion of it, are they going to have to reassess?
Or signs of
their
strength
balance?
to go along.
Tricky.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
tricky. You
you're-
might
you're
have
at the
some
spot.
volatility to the names that,
We
especially
wanted to
the
pick it
names
up,
that
and
have
of
been
course
winners
there's a
in the
sign
low
side,
And
but
it's just fueled by the fact they're up so much.
break of
already,
this
right? So
resistance.
If you know that's coming, you see, you know, and you have
This
seen
one it wicked, so
some
it kind of faked you
relative
out.
weakness over
But
the
then
past-
this
but
day,
that's not a terrible thing, right? We're
this
getting
day
more
could
broad
have-
market participation, so it's not a terrible.
I mean, you could have
time
this
for that to
this
happen,
day,
because
but
if you've got, you know, double-digit percentage gains in a couple of these big names, great.
you see then it just pulled back and got all those
Fine time to think about
created a bunch of
rebalancing your
stop
own
losses on that
position.
one.
You know,
But it was
us
still in the
retail
right
investors have a lot of
direction.
ability to
And then
you
it
don't
turned
have
that
to
into
necessarily bail out of
support.
that position. You can
So we could have done
buy
it here.
puts against that,
Could have
you
waited
know,
for the
so-called
retest. Doesn't always give you a
to-
retest though.
to protect yourself versus
Broke
just
out.
selling out of those
Did
names if you
retest
don't
it.
wanna realize
Right,
gains.
because you go
could've gotten
into
it
a
there.
position, and if that position's grown because your equity has grown in that position, you have to maybe take a step back and kind of reassess. I think that's a good outlook on that.
I'm
All right,
rejecting
let's take a quick
VWAP.
break. When we come back,
Kind of
we're gonna
building a
take
little
look at
inverse head and
PepsiCo,
shoulders down here
consumer
though.
staple stock.
We'll see if we do
Reports
get
tomorrow morning, and
somewhat
it's
of a rally in the
lagging,
afternoon.
severely lagging the overall market gains this year. Fast Market's coming right back.
Barbecue crabbing. Sell your IEP? Depends on your plan. Are you swing trading? What are you doing, Ace? Good. This gap could be getting filled. You're kind of right in the middle there. So it's not at support yet. It'll probably keep coming down until it hits support. This area, 31 to 30. 1.8 maybe. So if you're gonna hold it, you're gonna sell it, you should just hold it already. Should just hold it and broke this flag. See this? This is your flag. It broke. We even said it had a head and shoulders up there, but it was still in a flag. And once that flag broke, that was today at 10:30. So, if you're trying to sell it today, you probably get a bounce before end of day. I'd say back to VWAP. Probably get a little better exit today specifically, but not necessarily. You could see it come all the way down to support today, and then see what happens at that support. Find support, you're good. Doesn't, then you got a gap to fill still. I know. I wasn't looking at what day this was, but yeah, I guess that was this morning, unfortunately.
But you got an example trade here for us, Nick. Go ahead and lay it out for us.
Yes, we're going out to August, guys. I was looking at the weeklies, you know, and just I always like to take a look there and see what's happening with you know, with the current, you know, expiring options relative to earnings. It's not a ton there. Vol's definitely elevated about 35. Took a little bit of a different angle here in buying call spread out in August. So again, just logic, you know, laid out. They have lagged a bit. If the report is anything other than lackluster, I think there's a chance that they, over time, you know, do ramp up a bit. The vol, again, not huge. 18% volatility, 37 days out on the August monthly option. So we're buying the 190-200 call spread. It's about $1.35. So break even around 191. You know, they were up as high as like 194 and change, right? They haven't hit that 200 number, but again, if solid performance and they start to come back from, you know, lagging the broader market, you know, there's a chance it creeps up. I didn't see a whole ton that stood out to me in terms of sort of a 2-day earnings shot here. You get really close to at the money. You're talking a $3-4 move. You know, if you're wrong on that, given the way the options are priced, there just wasn't a ton of bang for the buck. So went out a little longer and took a bullish play here.
Yep, let's break this one down. Going out to August 18th, the monthly cycle, 37 days till expiration. Buying the 190 call, it's out of the money by about $7 to the upside. And then against that, to offset some of the costs on that call, sell the 200 strike call, $10 wide, bullish call vertical, paying $1.35 debit. There's your risk, $135 per spread with that break even 191.35. So you need to go up about $8 from the current share price. Kev, risk reward setup really good on this one, but you're buying it out of money call, but Nick kind of offset it. It's not an earnings type play because you've got over a month in this position.
And the stock, when it hit its highs, its 52-week high was 190, almost 197. Yeah. So you'd be a pretty substantial winner if it got to that level. So yeah, what I like about this spread, it's got its obstacles. You need a movement for this to be money, but what we talk about a lot in a vertical call spread is if you're right in that movement, it's a multiple winner here. From 135 to 10, that's what, 6-7 times what you're looking at here. So a really good number, a great way to play a bullish play. It's about 23 deltas, but you got to be right? Clock is ticking on you. You've got a little negative theta, but once you get up to that, you know, break even over 191.35 based on where you trade it, well, you got some smooth sailing here if you're right directionally.
It's relatively inexpensive for the potential win, like you said. You know, this
it's
doesn't
that trade-off,
and you don't have to sit and wait for 30 days for this. If you get a pop on earnings, you can still treat this as such, right? You could, you know, if you put a couple of them on and we get a bit of a pop, you could take one off. It's gonna that spread's gonna expand in value if they do well on earnings, and that really low vol, half basically, 36 versus an 18, isn't going to move too much relatively. So you may get a directional move on this in the next couple of days. You take one off and bank some, and then you have time on others to let that, you know, potentially continue to rally and expand. If you're wrong, right, and it does sell off, that vol's probably not going to move all that much from an 18 level right now, and then you know, time is on your side.
Right. I think that's one of the key things we talk about when when buying directional verticals like this is, hey, you've got 37 days until expiration, but if the market's open, liquidity is provided, you can close a portion or all of this ahead of time if you get the move.
Nice ace. Nice profits, man.
Definitely a bullish, inexpensive.
Well done.
Good risk reward setup there.
Just think when you bought it,
move up towards 200.
wherever you bought it, 23, 22,
quick break here, guys.
26, wherever you bought it.
We're gonna
You
take,
probably weren't thinking you'd get all the way up to 32.
For a discussion on the housing market with
Because I know you didn't have a plan to sell it, so
as data
you're just buying and hoping.
on the upswing
So
from the
you look at it that way and
second
not think, oh, it's just at 36. Should have sold it there. Yeah, CI broke out there. Almost 30%. A lot of volume today on it. Rumors of a merger. That's all you need. You need are the rumors. Nice deep macho value. Are you on the stream? I like that give. Okay, that's right. Look at this dog. I love Nick Cage. Get some more TBLT. Maybe some more Jeff Brands too. Or back into Jeff Brands at TBLT. GME is now down on the day. PacWest still up 2 1/4. Carvana breaking out more. 13.5%. You have 42.28 as a resistance up there. Yep. It's been squeezing. I don't think there's any other explanation. Hopefully they offer shares at some point. They probably need it. Now making its way back to VWAP. NRGV breaking out too. 13. Fubo, new high on the day. 11%. I grab some LMFA. There's VWAP on SPY.
way, is that as long as you've got the eyeballs of potential buyers, potential renters on your screen, and you've got those contacts, and you've got that mailing list and that alerts list, eventually, like you said, all of those people become a buyer or a renter at some point, probably in the next 5 to 10 years. And so as long as they're building out that technology,
Nice, Cameron. Well done, man.
and distribution, these companies are the future of real estate.
Doubled your money.
Andy, when you look at, they did get rid of their direct buying portion. That cost them $800 million last year to kind of exit that business that they kind of messed up quite a bit. But now they've got an asset-light model, Andy, where they don't own anything. They've got the site. They take about $4,100 in total when a house sells between all the fees and stuff like that. They're trying to
reduce the risk.
That. So they've got an asset-light model now at this point. But if yields do start to come down, like we've seen over the last couple days, and
Ash has
houses
no
aren't
risk,
selling, just as you mentioned, but at the same time, people go on those sites on a daily basis. I've bought 2 houses in the last 2.5 years. I know you check those things on a daily or hourly basis. Ad revenue comes in a little bit. I mean, do you see that affecting the bottom line in a positive way? And if interest rates come down, you're going to see a pickup of traffic even more as people get comfortable with higher rates.
Yeah, I think that is the whole play. I think we may just be witnessing, these stocks up
There's a
so
break on
much
SPY.
Because they were down so much. They may have just it may have
Break a
just been an
VWAP.
overcorrection.
I got chopped out a bit down here.
We're finding a little bit of a median
Did like the
here,
inverse head and shoulders,
where
but
they belong. But I completely agree with you. Even when we're not in the market, if my wife's on
scared
the
with the
laptop,
big red
she's
candles.
probably on Zillow or Redfin looking at houses. I don't know why, but it's a pastime for a lot of people, and those ad dollars can continue to flow through to the platform owners, and it doesn't really have to be about the real estate market at all.
Now, would you guys be positive? I know they don't have earnings for a couple weeks here. What kind of ratings do you have, like on Zillow or the group as a whole?
Group as a whole, I think we're just due for a pullback. I think that these astronomical returns of the last couple of quarters may be a little ahead of themselves, just as we got a little ahead of ourselves to the downside last year.
All right, great stuff, great data as usual, Andy. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, that's Andy Swan breaking down the data for us here from Likefolio. Kevin, when you look at this stock,
getting filled on TBLT.
I mean, Zillow Group's only up a specific amount, but you look at Open Door and you look at Redfin, those things are exploding to the upside. Zillow just got upgraded just yesterday out of Piper Sandler. Yeah, they put a price
from neutral to overweight, price target 42 to 62.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty positive for this. If they have that asset-light model, how do you want to look at this from an example trade perspective? Because, you look at a one-year chart and it looks pretty good, but then this stock was $212 a few years ago.
Exactly. The 3-year chart gives you a whole different story, and it shows you if they get it right and real estate comes back, this stock can do significantly better. So remember, Piper Sandler, $42 to $62 is what they said. To buy this stock right now, Tom, it's $52.30, right around there. That's about $5,200.
Yeah.
Tom, what I looked at is a fundamental diagonal spread, a stock replacement strategy that just gives you for less than a fifth of the money, right? For $9.50, you can buy the 17 all the way out till November, Tom, of this year. So 128 days you can go out, buy the 45 call, sell next month. There's no weeklies, there's only monthlies. You could do this month.
Afternoon, Jay from the Bay.
Call, but I went out to next month. I went out to August and sold the 60 call. So 42, 62 on Piper Sandler. My spread, my diagonal is 45.60. So I lined that up just like that. It's a traditional about, it's a pretty good delta.
Not a bummer for JH, man.
Delta, I think, on the
he's
so
buying it up.
If you look at the delta
on
man,
this,
it's just a
didn't make it to VWAP.
Old-fashioned diagonal spread stock replacement strategy in Zillow. Like I said, the
might
delta,
want to bounce off this fib level.
53 deltas.
Right.
All I can think.
Yeah, let's break this
It's only I could
example
hope for.
down. Going out to that November monthly cycle, buying the 45 strike call. Against that, selling the August 18th monthly, the 60 strike call. So a $15 wide bullish call diagonal to the upside. You're paying roughly about $9.70 debit. We've got on here probably trading closer to 950 right now. But that debit you pay is your risk, as opposed to, as Kevin mentioned, buying 100
Yeah, Mars
shares
been
of
on an
stock
escalator.
costs about $5,200 in case that stock were to go down to zero.
Mall escalator
so
ride.
$15 wide, you're paying less than $10, so it's got a good risk reward setup on this
Getting
one.
close to
Kevin.
that
Break even just
resistance,
above 53 bucks
1880,
on this one. You do have that ability
1860.
to roll that short option as you get closer to August
to
expiration
like
over the next
19,
37 days to
20
another
range.
monthly cycle on this one. Kevin mentioned it doesn't have weeklies, but this is just a less capital intensive way to get long a stock with the anticipation that, hey, if it does start to grind up, you can roll or adjust that or just close the trade if the market's open. But a good look at a stock replacement type of call diagonal as an example trade on here if you think this stock's going to continue to move higher on Zillow Group. All right, Kev, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at another name that's been in the news lately, and that's Salesforce, which has rallied nearly 70% so far this year and is surging this week on the back of the price increases across the board on its products. Fast Markets coming right back.
All right, Barba Coating down a little bit, 28.20, down 1%. Spy still climbing above VWAP there. Fubo still above the breakout, 12.5%. Rad down 0.5%. Yeah, I think I want to average into lift. Good day to average in. Up 1.3. Look at here. Oh, Macy's. Sure, I want to average into this one or not. I like the chart, but that could take a long time to come to fruition. And it's kind of right at this resistance. An RSI divergence there too. The elephant. Hey, it's inverse cup. Looking for a handle now. Which maybe we've just formed. 1245. Might rally a bit more. Not though. Right at VWAP. what types of bulla it does YouTube demonetize you for. Copyrighted music. Anything that's not PC. Angry Karens that report you. And then doesn't really matter what for. Pretty much anything. When shares will be back available. Yeah, I imagine it's going to be at least 200% when they come back. On a barbecue, I don't know about AMC.
All of this very much
Liechtenstein.
WTI reflection of that. Look at it, to 76 today, Tom. A significant move up, and not uncommon to see crude kind of trading long lines with what we're seeing in the indices. And again, strength there seems to be bolstering what we're seeing in terms of commodities with the weaker dollar as well, Tom. All right, great wrap up here. Thanks to Ben Liechtenstein, host of the Future Show here, breaking down markets. But now let's bring in George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here on the network. George, we're talking CRM. They're hiking prices. I mean, George, is this a reflection of the demand maybe for their products, or that ability to that, hey, maybe the economy can get that soft landing and these companies are going to continue to have to spend on their products?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think at the enterprise level, there are companies that are continuing to spend to enhance productivity of their businesses, and we know Salesforce is essentially a leader in
Beyond's up 4% today.
Software, but at the same time, they've actually expanded their offerings into
call's
things
too early.
like Commerce Cloud, Marketing Cloud, data visualization, and that's with their Tableau acquisition. And the company's performance
jump back
overall
into
in the
calls,
last
honestly.
year has been rather modest compared
Man, I
to
get a
some of the other
pullback.
software application-based companies out there. But at the same time, you got to think about confidence that the company has in its business, its product, to be able to raise prices. They declared about a 9% increase, which will start in August, for mainstay services and products like their traditional CRM-based platforms, their cloud commerce, as well as their marketing cloud. But at the same time, you have to also consider the financial profile of Salesforce.
Low of the
They have
day
a very
originally.
low net income margin, which
Prior
gives you an idea
support.
the company's been spending aggressively because of acquisitions.
You could break through this to
But
the
this
upside.
actually might change the expectations for earnings, considering some of the analysts like Mizuho, BMO actually increased their targets to $250 to $255. I think it's on the back of this news. I think if they can significantly improve their pricing power, that's a good sign of confidence. Being able to pass those prices on, that'll trickle down to their net income, which is only about 1.5% of sales, considering gross margins that are close to 74%. So what I'm trying to say here is just look at the financial footprint and profile of Salesforce. They have significant room for improvement on their net income. I think prices rising is certainly one catalyst.
I wish I just held on to those longs.
You know, George,
Got shaken.
this company has had
There's a
pretty
break
good
on the
year
support.
despite a pretty subpar year
Well,
in
did well
in
today.
cloud companies.
I want to trade it back.
And I was reading a good article on Salesforce, and it came up with a term, extensive personnel housekeeping, that they've gone through. They've really moved this company to make it more profitable, right? They've trimmed their headcount, they've cut expenses, they've worked on the other side of the ledger, and now with an economy that's starting to grow, you know, they're not only profitable, but they're improving on those profits, George.
That's right. I mean, when it comes down to cutting expenses, we know the technology stack or companies have actually reduced their headcount significantly over the past year. While at the same time, look, if you have pricing power and it can expand your total revenue footprint, that's going to, of course, trickle down to net income. And that's really been the challenge for Salesforce. I mean, at the same time, you got to think about its duopoly power or market presence alongside SAP, which is its largest global competitor. They have the capacity to raise
go along
prices.
and beyond when it
And
hits.
ideally speaking,
Goes back down for
shareholders are
support.
probably looking for some way for the company to continue to expand margins, and cutting costs is one way, but also expanding its revenue footprint is another. And I think these
16% on Carvana.
might continue to
That
push
is
the stock
neat.
to the upside. So this will be interesting to see how the analysts are reacting. So far, it's rather modest, but you'll probably see additional analysts come to
Rubo,
the
13 and a
forefront
half.
raise their estimate targets for earnings both in 2023 and 2024 based upon this price hike.
Yeah, first price hike in 7 years, I believe the company stated.
Right.
Also, all right, great stuff as always, George. Appreciate it. That's George Tillis breaking down the CRM news. Kevin, when you look at this stock, I mean, 70% gain so far this year. It's been a nice 1 year chart,
right.
But at the same time, it had a horrible 2022 when a lot of those cloud names were getting beat up here. Any thoughts real quick here before we get into the example trade?
This is another one of those names that we're going to talk a lot about this topic. It's up a lot this year, but if you look at a 3-year chart, it's down significantly from its highs of 311. So yeah, where is it on that ladder? Is it fair? Is it low or is it high? Who knows, Tom?
Yeah, and you have to start wondering about the impact of AI on their business, how efficient that makes that company. All right, so I looked at an example trade here, Kev, that avoids earnings on an event, a directional type play. We looked at Nick's trade earlier today. That was an out-of-the-money call vertical in PepsiCo, where he bought something that was relatively inexpensive because it was far above the current share price. So I looked at something a little bit more different.
What I never liked about the MULN play was
giving myself a little bit of duration.
the borrow fee and the available shares never reflected
here, so 30 days till
any sort of trouble for shorts on this thing.
Strike call, which is currently in the money by $4, and then against it to offset some of my costs on that bullish call.
Part of the reason why this move was so interesting.
There is time decay or option premium in those extrinsic value. Sell the 235 strike call against it if you think this stock's going to move higher. You pay roughly about a $6.70 debit for that, maybe a little bit lower with the stock being off of its session highs. But if you pay $670, there's your risk, $670 per spread with a break even of $226.70 to the upside on this one, Kevin. Risk reward setup not bad, but you only need basically about $2.5, $3 move to the upside to get above that, Kevin, and you're giving yourself a month in duration.
You've got slightly over $4 in intrinsic value on this. So you look at $6.50, 4 of that is intrinsic value. So really the premium in this trade is $2.50, right around that area. So make sure you understand you're already pretty close to break even here on this spread. But you do need a little upside. It's about 33 deltas, paying some theta as you often do in a vertical spread. You're out till August 11th, so you've given yourself about a month for this to happen. And this is a bullish play in Salesforce. You don't have to really worry about Vega. It's got a little bit, but you don't have to worry about that. All you're looking for is a move towards 235.
Yeah, and 225 that I hit earlier in the session, Kev, was the 1 year high on this stock. But the flexibility you have when you're buying verticals like this avoids earnings, which is, I believe, on the 23rd of August. It avoids earnings, but it takes advantage of if the stock runs up into those earnings. But do you like the flexibility on these type of strategies where, hey, yeah, at expiration in 30 days, I want it to be above, 235 so I can get max width of this vertical. But what if it goes to 230 before that? It gives you opportunities if the market's open to maybe close or adjust this before expiration, right?
230, you're a substantial winner. So that would be a good outcome to have. It's not the ideal. You're not maxing out at 235, but you'd take 230 in a heartbeat.
Yep. Right? That would expand the width of that vertical to over $10 with extrinsic value worked into that. But a good look at, an example trade here. Takes a bullish stance here. Kev, real quick here on the markets. We're back off of the session lows, but we're having a good day. That dollars and yields are one to watch, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be hard to sell this market off with
Peloton
yields
up 3%.
down like they are, and the dollar substantially
run up
down.
1.8.
It looks like the dollar wants to go back to 2 digits here.
2 digits. We called that about a month and a half ago.
Yep.
It didn't happen. Now making inroads to the downside. We'll see if equities can continue this week's rally. It's been a solid one. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Report you for Bailey on Zoom call. Would they spank you? No. I don't... Dude, they can do whatever they want. So, they could find something else. Literally have carte blanche. Hey, David. You've got a little head and shoulders built up here. Gonna find the top of this handle. I don't like it so close to VWAP though. All my lift calls filled. Use that dumb sound now. What expiration? I didn't really look over it again. I just averaged into mine. So I don't know if these are the best, or if I would get these if I looking at it with fresh eyes. But I got the August 13 calls. I think I'd probably still shoot for something like that. Maybe a little closer to the money if they have a 12.5, but I don't think they do. Ubo 13.4. Well, I still an up channel, but might be making the right shoulder here. Breaking out of that channel. I don't like this RSI divergence that's happening on the lift. Might need some consolidating before it keeps going. Or might be topping. We'll see. I don't feel like it because it did break out there. And it looks like it's just coming back down to find support. Retesting. A-Safe still climbing up. It's up 2%. Peloton's up 3.25. Be a nice short entry on Airbnb at the resistance. Especially if you're bearish on the initial jobless claims, PPI tomorrow. Then import price index Friday. Yeah, still rallying after its breakout here. Up 2.5%. Has looked good. Good for a while. Run is rejecting that resistance we have there. Firm's up 1.4. Wayfair's up 1. That's had quite the move. It's over doubled its last earnings. A lot of stuff's pretty high. definitely reducing some of my longs. I'm closing out of pretty much all the cash cleared puts with le profits. There's the little bit of flushy. Back to VWAP though. What? What did I do? What? Why? Oh, because I... Barbecue 28.59 up 0.32%. TBLT, it's green on the day. Wee. $1:00. 1:08. Talking about Carvana.
And there's the relatively their cash.
Thank you guys for your likes today on the stream, the support. Appreciate it. 42 likes, well done.
Things continue to build and they continue to raise their guidance now looking ahead, that there are reasons to be a little bit more optimistic here. Now, anytime I see shares surge the way they have, I am a little bit cautiously optimistic, I'd say, because this name has been on a tear. But again, nowhere near even its all-time high. So it's all relative here.
But it's not a tear.
This isn't a revolutionary idea. The idea
Tear
is
still looks nice,
they wanna
actually.
buy a car from someone and they want to sell it to someone else for a little bit more. They haven't effectively been able to do that in order to offset the expenses that they have to grow their business. They didn't reinvent
Could be a
the
good
wheel.
entry on
They
the
literally
tear.
just put a car in a glass vending machine and are basically, selling you a used car lot. And so until they get to that point where they can do this profitably, there's going to be question marks here. There's a reason they were having trouble selling their fixed income to the street during kind of the depths of their downturn. It's because there's really not a lot here to excite you. That being said, certainly a short squeeze in this stock taking place, and it's been a massive, massive bounce. It's not to say that they can't turn that corner. Just what are they doing differently other than some kind of unique marketing from some of their peers and CarMax or just the everyday used car lot? So this is a game of scale.
Long-term go
This is
EV?
a game
Oh no, I wouldn't go long-term any
buying and
EV
selling,
play.
at effective prices with used car prices
Other than
plunging in this last month. I can't imagine that's good for a used
other than
car
either
selling
the
website.
legacy
So
ones or
we'll see,
Tesla.
certainly some interesting trend data
But
though, showing the
that's
comfort
just my
with
thought.
consumers and buying things online.
So
things
loud.
like cars and big ticket items. That's
Loud
all
noises.
positive for a company like Carvana.
Yeah, turn the
But
news
nothing
up a little
quite as
bit.
positive as today's price action. What a move as Carvana continues to surge. Really, really optimistic note, obviously, but kind of a catch-up note as the stock's barely away from $50 even as it stands now. Last one on the list, though, is Plug Power. That's another name that used to get quite a bit of attention, especially in sort of this alternative energy conversation that was really ramping up last year with crude oil being so expensive, Jenny. But haven't heard a lot about it.
Haven't really, and frankly, it's because shares are down about 6% on the year. This hasn't necessarily been the most compelling price activity to follow, but they did get some news today which are driving shares higher. The company did announce they were chosen to supply 2 5-megawatt proton exchange membrane electrolyzers for some projects in Australia. The company's electrolyzers,
Plug.
which do use electricity
That was
to
on my
split
list.
water into hydrogen and
That's
oxygen, will go
3.6.
towards these green hydrogen projects in the country. The plants are strategically
Double top
located
in
to
there.
leverage existing infrastructure. This
Maybe.
is per the company's CEO in a release we got
Carvana almost
this morning.
20%.
But
Wow.
the stock has advanced just 26% over the past month, although, of course, still lower on the year. Just goes to show the relative strength we have seen in the last several months. But they also are still down 36% over the last 12 months and still off their 52-week highs by 63%. Again, just showing the way that some of these names have fallen out of favor. At one point, some of these energy alternative stocks were like on a tear.
TBLT down.
Stopped. That has since
Back
changed
down
this year,
1.5.
Alex.
It certainly has. This has always been one
just
that
a
I
wide
thought was
spread.
quite interesting, a little bit different in kind of the space that it's operating in.
I
There's
danced
so
around
many kind of
BWAP.
tangential, R&Ds taking place and different type of explorations into alternative energy. We kind of lump them all together, but they're kind of all going down
Hundreds,
different
right?
paths. And so, Plug Power going down a path that's quite different than some of the others that we talk about. That being said, though, Jenny, if we try to narrow these down, I think we kind of explored Carvana as much as there is to explore. The move is really, really impressive. Sustainability of that
doesn't
move, I
like
think, is gonna come
Carvana.
into question at some point. You can't move 15, 16, 17% at a clip on a daily basis. But for those who have bet against this one, it's been a painful, painful ride. Foot Locker, I think the story is pretty clear with that one as well. And I think it's a natural theme. I mean, I know SunPower and Plug, just as I said, they're both in this alternative energy space. They're going down very different paths in terms of the type of products that they're researching and bringing to market. But they're still in this new space that I think is next generation investing. I mean, this is really one of the primary things alongside AI that has gotten so much money the last few years.
Right, and of course,
Oh,
we've had
MULN
different
just
either
flushed.
legislative bills passed that
Oh.
favor some of these energy alternative companies.
Not
We haven't
crazy,
seen that
but
reflected, at least in their share price
that's
year
not a
to
level I
date,
want
but
to
think
break
both
through.
Names are a compelling story given the fact they've underperformed the overall market. So we'll be diving more into the
19%,
in both
20%.
SunPower as well as Plug Power coming up next.
Yeah,
We'll
this
also be
thing's
looking at
dead.
Some example trades.
Maybe
Stick
not,
around.
but
Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
that's the level I didn't want it to break. Jeez, I hate selling like this though. Awful. Mullins, I'm 0 for 2 on Mullen. Had me first with the volume. Second with the volume with the bull flag and fighting the shorts. How could you? Just didn't get any sustained rally after that. 21%. Wait for a bounce on this thing and then I'm gonna dump it. Maybe a bounce to VWAP even. Yeah. Stupid. What, like, why did the borrow fee never go up? Why has it just been declining? Customer came in. I wouldn't be investing in Go EV long term. I wouldn't invest in any EV company long term unless you're going after a legacy company or Tesla. Tesla I think is very overvalued at this price. Some of the legacy ones maybe not, or a Chinese one, or Korean or outside the states. As far as American though, I'm not getting into any EV companies other than Tesla or legacy. Dang it. Spy. Breaking the head and shoulders now. What? Oh, I thought the sound turned off for a second. Thought I fixed it. No such luck. Mullen, you hot garbage. Might be a good short here on Carvana. Either here or 58. Ravani. Oh, dude. Carvana's getting like to the top of the options chain. This thing actually could start to get out of control. Seems like it already has, but it could really start to get crazy. The August strikes only go up to 55. Dude, I can get some calls on this thing now. I had no idea. I wonder if a pullback and retest here would give them too much slack and it wouldn't keep going then. The borrow fees stayed the same. Available shares, it's less. Borrow fee was crazy back in December of 2022. Happened then. Is that when this happened? Nope. Wait, what did I say? December of 2022. Right here? Yeah, borrow fee had a big spike there. I guess all-time lows. Yeah, if you're watching Carvana at those prices, that's weird. That's when the borrow fee just spiked. And then it stayed elevated. Well, not the spike. I'll show you guys. Kind of interesting. So this gray line's the share price. So I used to trade way higher, of course. 300 50. What? I don't know, what is that? It says 50, but I think it was higher than that even. Yeah, prior I think it went up to like 200 or 300. Anyways, came down, hit that low. Look, the borrow fee had already started spiking even before it hit the low. 7%. And then at the low, the very low, was a nice trigger to go long. Borrow fee ripped up. Available shares decreased significantly. But you hadn't seen the price action yet. It just stayed around the $3 or $4 range. Borrow fee came down. You're like, oh no, it's over. But it didn't come back down to where it was. And then your share price started to rise. It elevated. Huh. These issues, yeah. Yeah, just did a little soft reset. I wish I knew what it was, but whatever it was, it cleared it up. I do kind of want to look for it long now. I didn't realize they were at the top of the options chain too. So they're going to probably start adding new strikes, but at this point we're in a gamma squeeze territory. 45, 50, and 55. Weeklies go up to 56. July monthlies go up to 56. I'm surprised I haven't started adding them already. Caught them off guard. No sustained relaxes. Oh, on MULN? Yeah. I mean, still. Remind me to close. Freaking A. Stupid lag. Yeah. Her beauty has thousands of cards to see in fields. I don't know. Barbecue up 28.98, 1.6%. Toyota in their solid state could be, yeah. I mean, they were, you know, they were the first big players with hybrids, so they're coming in late with EVs, but I could see them coming in late, but right. They get solid state to work out. They'll definitely be a leader on EVs for a bit, and maybe they'll hold that lead as far as efficiency, which is all they were doing with the hybrids. The hybrids weren't the fastest, they weren't the longest range, whatever, but they pretty much always had the most efficient ones with the Prius. Don't say that, Bruce. Don't even joke like that. More news on Warren and barbecue? Warren? What do you mean Warren? Like Elizabeth Warren? Ooh, coffee date. Get that money. AMC little pop to VWAP.
Averages themselves are starting to turn upward, suggesting the trend could be changing. Our faster moving average is crossing above our slower moving average as well here. So not the greatest trading signal in and of itself, but it's a sign that the trend is improving to the upside here. So a few things the bulls could hang their hat on here. Momentum, however, is a bit of a different story here. Momentum's showing a little bit of bearish divergence here. Price was making new closing highs, but RSI is not. So that's not really the greatest sign as we're approaching resistance here and struggling a little bit to move beyond it on the intraday basis here. So support and resistance levels to watch. We can see here that, as I said, the 1175 area, that's the crucial point to overcome today. If we do break beyond that point, I didn't really see a ton of potential resistance areas until we got here, our 252-day exponential moving average, the longest one we follow. Remember, longer-term moving averages are more significant, but they're slower to react to changes in price. That's kind of the trade-off here. The shorter-term ones react faster, but they're less significant overall. So 1450, that's about where that one comes in here. To the downside, we've got our two moving averages, our shorter term ones, basically right on top of each other near the $10 mark. And then we've got this shorter term uptrend to watch as well, just below there, coming in maybe around 950 or so. Then our volume profile point of control around 935 is the next area to be watching.
And you mentioned that 1175 area to watch as we head into the close here. They did touch 1180 earlier in today's sessions. We'll have to see if we can slightly rebound from where we're currently trading, but we will leave it there. Appreciate all the technicals. As always, Rick Ducat, our chart
I set up an inverse head and shoulders here. Off of you up, head, shoulder, shoulder.
And also similarly in the fact that it's been beaten down this year, unable to catch really any sort of break on a longer term basis. Still looks relatively disappointing when you zoom out and look at its chart. So with that in mind, taking on another contrarian stance, walk us through another bullish example trade leaning into some of this weakness we've seen.
Yeah, looking for just continued potential recovery in some of these names, and obviously a little bit of optimism here today. Looked at kind of a variation of what we just looked at. Not going to be quite as optimistic. It's going to be risk defined and profit defined. We're looking at buying a call vertical, just kind of your classic one in the money, one out of the money debit spread. And what we're looking at here is going out to that same August expiration, buying the 10 call, selling the 12.5 call. If we did this for $1.25, that would be exactly one half the width of the strikes, 1-to-1 risk reward, $1.25 to $1.25, which means 125 bucks in risk. Break even, you simply add that debit to the long call, you get to $11.25, which actually in this case is slightly below the current share price. And so although we're buying premium, we're buying a debit spread, it actually does in theory have positive time decay because the break even is below the current share price ever so slightly. Still a bullish strategy because you want the stock to go up to reach that max profit point, which is at $12.50 or higher. Elongated Z risk profile, if we take a look, what you'll see is, of course, a strategy we've looked at countless times over the years here on this network. And basically the goal here is to see a little bit of upside, know our risk going in, also know what our profit potential is. It doesn't need a huge move. Only going to have to go up about $1 to reach that max profit zone. But of course, $1 on 11.40, 11.50 is a pretty sizable percentage. So bear that in mind as well. Risk, of course, to the downside below 10. This strategy would risk 125 bucks for that max profit potential of 125, not accounting for the transaction fees on this one, Jenny. But pretty standard buying of the call vertical.
Right, and one that, of course, we discuss very frequently on this show, but also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today. They do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risks like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time for FOMO, so we are talking all things Domino's Pizza after it has broken its long-standing stance to not use third-party deliveries with an announcement they will be partnering with Uber and Uber Eats and Postmates.
You
We'll
better.
discuss that more coming up next.
Oh. Vroom vroom. We looked at vroom. Is it still going? Oh my gosh. I think it could run. It's running. It's vrooming. It's accelerated its vroom. Its rate of vroom. Accelerated it from this to extreme. What is this one again? E-commerce end to end. Oh, this is a Carvana sympathy. Buy your next ride entirely online. Is this rallying because of Carvana though? Kind of seems like it. AMC is sabotaging the sound of freedom. I don't know what you're talking about, Cameron. Got a few 4 calls. Way out the money. Is 4 all the way out the money? Grumpkin. You could have just donated the money to me. I've gone to a better cause. Barbecue 29.29 up 2.7. Probably so. See if it breaks out of this channel. Your first little level. After that's 30 cents. What? I still don't know what you're talking about, Cameron. Thoroughly confused by your comments. GME's down 1%. child diddle ring? I don't know what that is. And I'm proud that I don't. You should be too. That's the actual words on YouTube. Which is why I'm proud I don't even know about it. You are allowed to say the words on YouTube, actually. I might not be allowed to say them. Ubo. Domino's almost 12%. Jenny must be going on about it.
Domino's needs, because when you go on Uber Eats, I think there's a lot of people that have their app, and that's really how they selectively order food. They have one that they're very loyal to. The fact that Domino's is not on any of these just gives it that lack of marketing, lack of exposure. So say someone is a routine Postmates or Uber Eats users, this then gives them the potential option. Because I think at this point, I'm not the target customer. I'm already a loyal, repeated customer. I will continue to go to the Domino's app, which of course is still a way you can get Domino's delivered. But this is a way to then rake in those new customers, say like you using Uber Eats, and I think that is what's seen as an advantage. They need those new customers, not those already loyal customers.
It's brilliant. I mean, this is it, right? This is why it's impacting Domino's more than it impacts Uber. Straightforward how it impacts Uber. They're going to get some sort of licensing deal maybe with this. They'll get commissions on the orders. But like you said, maybe I log on to Uber Eats and I don't really know what I want. I want to browse and something's going to stick out to me. Maybe that will be Domino's, maybe it won't. But maybe it is. And then I graduate into downloading the Domino's app and I can cut out Uber once again. Domino's needs more customers. No industry was more disrupted by food delivery services like Uber Eats and DoorDash and Grubhub than pizza companies. Pizza companies were the only option in town for decades. Now you can get sushi delivered. You can get a steak delivered if you want, okay? Pizza can't compete with that. All it can do is try to be available for when you want it. And so it's really, really important. I think this was critical for Domino's. It may only be the first of many of these. We'll see potentially what the actual impact is in the end. But if your competitors are on Uber Eats and Uber Eats and the other options are all truly competitors, I'm not going to probably order pizza and order some spaghetti from somewhere else. I need to be on there, and I think that's what they found out. So I think it's really, really important. I think that you nailed it here. This is about getting new people into the ecosystem. You're probably not going to order it on Uber Eats because you're just going to order it on the Domino's app. But once you do it a couple times, you're more likely to download that app. The same way I have a Chipotle app now, I have a Sweet Green app now. Didn't start that way.
I was going to say, I think of Chipotle, because Chipotle, I was initially ordering off Uber Eats. Now I've graduated into just ordering on the app. I also think in terms of their delivery reach, you need these extra drivers. You need that extra, workforce, really, because drivers have been an issue for them for the last several earnings quarters. They've just discussed they don't really have the capacity to deliver. And I have felt that as a customer, where it feels like they're taking longer and longer. So any way you could outsource more couriers, I think, is huge for Domino's. And all in all, that's why, again, we're seeing that nice move higher today in Domino's. But trading this name, Alex, I have to say, FOMO feeling is definitely to the upside. My own bias aside, I think a over 11, almost 12% move warrants that.
Yeah, what I looked at here was buying a skewed call butterfly, Jenny. So sort of another variation on what we looked at in the last segment for kind of bullish strategies. What's very different about this particular name is that it's way more expensive than the other names. And so at the time when I was looking at this, the stock was trading around $3.88, which is, of course, a lot more expensive per share than the $10 stocks, $11 stocks we were looking at in the last segment. And so the skewed call butterfly, as it's set up here, is a way to basically reduce the risk a little bit while still having a relatively high probability of success, risk definition, and also profit potential given the nature of this stock price. And so what we looked at here was buying the 385 call once in the July monthly, selling 2 of the 395s, and then buying 1 of the 400s. So effectively, this is 2 strategies combined into one. It's buying a $10 wide debit spread, just like we looked at in Plug Power, and then selling a $5 wide credit spread. They just happen to converge at that same short strike, creating a butterfly. If you look at the risk profile to really explain how this one works, but for a $3 debit, the break even is $3.88. You simply add that debit to that first long call. It's the risk, so $300 in risk, and then you can see how this one performs. Because it's a $10 wide spread, if it goes right to $3.95, this can expand to as much as a $700 profit. But it basically turns from there. And the reason being is, well, you start taking risk on the other portion of the trade at that same point. And so you do stand to give back up to $5, or in this case, $500 of those profits. So it basically would level off at a $200 max profit if all the options were in the money, which would still be a reasonable potential return on that $300 in risk. Break even at $3.88 at the time was right at the same stock price that it was, which of course is sort of our loose guideline when buying these spreads, is to try to get that break even as close to where we're trading as possible. Risk all to the downside. Below $3.85 at expiration, the full debit would be your exposure.
And I mean, gosh, this name is just continuing to continue to see that strength on the session. It's held on to what has been a nice move higher. So good for Domino's, because I think this is about, I will admit, this is like 2 years, 5 years even, a little bit late. I think they were being stubborn, so I'm happy to see this received positively today by the street. But that does it for our FOMO segment. Now coming up next, it's time to talk all things Tesla. Shares are up over 1% with some news. Of course, every single day there's Tesla news. We'll discuss that more with Renita Young coming up next.
Whether you're an
offerings now that are more convenient for folks, but there are also going to be diehard feeder goers that are going to continue to go from the standpoint of, cultural trends. And I think that's important to keep in mind for the theaters themselves on a forward basis. So I think there's sort of an ebb and flow in overall demand for ticket sales, but prices too have been rising. So even though there are fewer people going to theaters, they may have offset some of those declining volumes with higher prices, and that's something to keep in mind. But at the end of the day, I
Pop
can
on
see why
barbecue
B.
there.
Riley's upgraded the stock. The financial
4%.
profile of Cinemark looks like it's improving.
That ain't
and
bad.
that again might carry the stock price higher. But the other thing you got to keep in mind is it's not just domestic, it's international growth, in particular Latin America, which is a huge growth area for Cinemark.
Yeah, George, I think that's a really good point. We will leave it there. Appreciate the discussion on the movie theater stock Cinemark. I wish you both were going to see Barbie, but I'll go for the both of you, I guess. That'll do it for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalides.
Cinemark looks like a nice short to me. Carvana's at 20% there. Excuse me. Microvast, look at that thing still going. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. How that'll affect Domino's. We use it food delivery sometimes for Chipotle, and yeah, we've had it a few times where they've just not arrived or eaten our food. Kind of an inverted head and shoulders maybe being built here on the spy. Les Spy at 2 o'clock. Look for some support at 4:45 for that right shoulder. 2% is rediscovering the GME squeeze and everything. What do you mean?
Structure. We know this has been the year of efficiency. They've been cutting costs, and also points to improved monetizations at Reels and messaging, and just that Facebook and Instagram have been outperforming some of their peers. I should also note that it's not just Deutsche Bank getting more bullish on Meta. Argus also raised its price target to $353 from $270, so kept a buy rating, so playing a little bit of catch up because obviously $270 below where it's currently trading. But, you know, Meta is up about 3% today. As I said, up about 155% year to date. And even despite those impressive gains, about 80% of analysts have a buy rating on shares.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable how well it's done. And look at that. It's up 155% this year. And with this upside potential, has more to go. It's made its shareholders very happy. Even over the last decade or so, it's always been a name that seems to make it through. Let's talk about DraftKings, because this is a name that, you know, earlier we were talking about Domino's Pizza and DraftKings. But DraftKings, interesting news here.
It is, and it has shares up about 6% right now. It got an upgrade from Bank of America. The analyst upgraded the stock to buy from neutral with a price target of $35. That's up from $25. It's currently trading around $30.59. So it's a little bit more than $4 upside from here. And a note, the analyst said accelerating product and revenue momentum are on the cusp.
DraftKings is a nice data farm.
Profitability. And like
Seed.
Meta, DraftKings has already seen an impressive year-to-date run-up. It's up about 168% year-to-date. But the analyst said even though it's already outperformed in 2023, market share gains can drive near-term top-line revisions, while cost leverage should drive bigger revisions in adjusted EBITDA than anticipated. So we don't
Look at that.
actually
Now it's
hear
muted.
from DraftKings until early August. So we'll have to actually see what we get from them in terms of some of the earnings data. But that analyst definitely bullish. I should also note that Benchmark also raised its price target to
Am I getting lag again?
$32.26, kept a buy rating.
Say it ain't so.
And it's about 60% of analysts have a buy rating on shares at this point, with it being up more than 160% year to date. I will say about both of these stocks, they're actually
CPU looks
both
good,
trading
memory looks good.
above their median price target right now. So the median price target for DraftKings is actually $30. So DraftKings is trading at $30.62, so above that. But the median price target for Meta is actually $300 a share right now, and Meta is trading at $306.63. So it'll be interesting to see if we start to see some of these other analysts, because you know there is such a the majority have buy ratings. If we start to see some more catch up in these price targets, because maybe people didn't expect 150+% year-to-date gains.
Yeah, we always get a kick out of that, right? Hindsight is 2020, and I mean, when you look at DraftKings, I just was looking at the 3 months, 63%. So it really has come in favor very quickly. And
Look at Intel.
Fast. So
Look at that trash.
Watch that. Thank you so much. Sure. Caroline Wood.
Just kidding.
Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Tony Drake is with us, CFP, Drake and Associates. I want to start with the CPI data today. So, you know, obviously we see inflation at
Or
this
like a
level
long-term buy,
where
maybe.
it's the slowest pace in 2 years, and well off that 9.1% level of June of 2022.
Add your accumulation. Looks like it's broken out and kind of coming back down. The
That's the
retest.
question we're all thinking today after that pretty good report today, right? I mean, and as you stated, 600
Now
basis
it's
point
accelerating the
reduction.
highs.
But if you think about that time period, Nicole, you know, rates have actually gone up during that time period. I think
And the
they're gonna
lows.
remain sticky and high. And I want to kind of warn people to be careful. If you think about, I mean, you guys were just talking about one of the big six technology names, high flying, lots of buy ratings, but we turned a 40-year cycle in bonds and rates. So I think just this
Also
move
get your
that we've seen in the
weekly
last 6 months to jump into these, you know, technology growth
bull
names
flag.
may come back to bite us at some point. Because I don't think
Maybe.
we're gonna
Or
get
it's
away from
building
these
the head
high
and shoulders.
rates in a very quick fashion, regardless of what's
Actually
happening
have an inverse head and
with
shoulders there
inflation.
too.
But I think we're obviously not going to affect the July meeting.
Yeah,
I think
looks
that's
good.
baked in. They've told us they want to do a rate increase.
Breaking the
They have to
neckline on the
stick to
inverse head
that.
and shoulders.
Maybe they start to think about it in September.
The weekly.
You know, I think we likely get a pause in September, and probably a year later they're going to regret this rate raise in July here. But you know, it just trickles through the economy so slowly. But we're continuing to see some good signs. Some of those things start to pull
You can
back
see
on
here,
the
head,
inflation front.
shoulder,
Maybe
shoulder.
this is the soft landing that we've been hoping for.
and it's interesting because in the Fed's beige book, they did note about economic activity picking
Yeah, the
up
beige book was at
slightly
2.
in May and late May and June, but
Oh, what this candle was from? No, I didn't get much market reaction.
going forward.
Bomb moving
that
up.
being said, if they do the 1 or 2 rate hikes as they're indicating to us, do you perceive that we could have
And post the price history of GME with huge circles going, wow. Shut up.
this year or next year?
They're all just trolling.
The reality of this maybe kind of soft landing is starting to become more and more clear. You think about
That's funny.
unemployment slowing, but it hasn't crashed. And you know, we have nice steady
Intel breaking
decreases in
out, though?
inflation. Inflation's already in a range that's a lot better for middle of America families. You look at food in particular, that's really moved in the right direction. You know, if the Feds want an immediate reaction, they're going to have to go at least another 75 basis points.
Yeah, I think you're like 2 days late on the buy.
I think that would be a
However,
huge mistake. But, you know, if they're looking to really get an immediate
that doesn't
move,
mean it's
that's
not a
really what
buy.
they're still going to have to do. There's some room to move there, but
I do
that
like
could
it.
potentially push us into
You had your
into
engulfing
this
candle
longer-term
here.
recessionary period.
Inverted
And it's
hammer.
looking like that may not be necessary right
Hammer
now.
here.
The only big red flag to me, Nicole, is commercial real estate. You know,
There you
I
go,
think
spy.
That's going to have a hard landing no
Boy.
matter what you do. I think it's going to take a lot of years and
Yeah, where do we
time to
take
really
profits
see the
here?
full effects in commercial real estate.
High of the day.
So if you think about commercial
High of the
real
day or
estate,
nothing.
I mean, maybe you're not investing in REITs. What about banks that have exposure? I mean, some of the regional banks have exposure to commercial real estate, right?
Yeah, they sure do. And I think that's part of what we're going to see as this all unfolds in that sector is what happens to not just the commercial real estate REITs themselves, but all the different industries that are involved with that. A lot of those foreclosures, a lot of that struggle hasn't happened due to some of the support programs. But, you know, we're seeing these
You
vacancies
need a lot of time on this one,
everywhere.
though.
And, you know, for these regional banks that are holding that paper, that's certainly going to have an effect on those. And they've already been beaten up so much in the last couple months.
Right.
If I were Owl,
Tell me about
I'd
some
probably
of the
be
sectors you
getting
do look
November's
like. For example, within tech, tell me a little bit
45
about Apple.
strike.
Is that a name that interests you, that you're
What you're
watching,
getting?
or that you actually say that you should put some money down?
Yeah, I think, you know, Apple's interesting. Technology's been up about 38% if you look at the big six.
418 on
really driven by
barbecue,
these large six
29.69.
companies. And historically, Apple does really well this time of year, but it does tend to take a break after September when we're in these iPhone cycles, new phones coming out. I think if you look at the barbells of technology, there's still some companies out there that have reasonable valuations, but they're still pretty high growth names. Dell's looking really attractive at their valuation. HP Enterprises is looking good. So I think there's still some opportunity out there. But again, I want to warn people to be careful in technology. There's been this move to go back to the same old. But remember, this is a 40-year cycle that we've turned in rates. So you really have to be careful because I think these rates, even if we see inflation come
Yeah,
down,
Carvana looked
they're gonna
perfect
be
projection
staying
above
high
that
for a while.
breakout.
And that doesn't lend well to growth.
Just head and shoulders above it.
Well, here's the thing.
All
I know
credit
you said
spread time.
75 basis points would be a mistake, but
Just kidding, I don't know. This thing might fully gamma squeeze.
Increased at a modest pace. So they are seeing that inflation has come down some, but the
We'll do
worries they
dailies.
have is if they don't continue to raise rates,
Close
that
them
inflation
tomorrow.
will once again pop higher.
Yeah, and I think that's the big concern. One of the things on the inflation front that we really have to watch is wage inflation. Right, we have a lot of threats to it's simple supply and demand. Right, a lot of big organizations on the verge of going on strike. You know, you think about all the manufacturing in the United States. You know, if somebody's lost a job that worked at Big Lots, you know, it's hard for them to go into a manufacturing factory and making AI chips next week, even though there's been a lot of building and infrastructure happening there, and a lot of these manufacturers are starting to build here in the United States. There's a big gap there, and I think that's really going to drive to wage inflation. So I'm not suggesting we're in the clear here, Nicole. I just think we have to be careful. We're right on this verge of a softer landing. The right things are lining up to potentially make that happen. And I think the Feds need to be careful. A lot of these changes that they make are so slow to trickle through the economy. And there's been such this focus just on what the Feds are doing. And I think we have to be careful to think a little bit about supply and demand. Right? Demand is still favoring services. Services a little less sensitive to inflation, but we really have to watch that. I think we want to think a little bit about the focus on supply so we don't erode the demand.
Oh, wait, they just added
Watch those
options.
names, Apple, Dell, and HPE.
Wait a minute.
Tony Drake, thank you. Nice to see you. Drake and Associates.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they just added a bunch of strikes on Carvana.
Later this hour, we'll take a look at which ETFs could
Today.
benefit in a higher rate environment.
Yep.
Then,
Surprised I haven't added some higher ones.
it's time to run through your mid-year checklist on your retirement plan. Let's talk to an expert and get some ideas. Make sure we're doing everything. And our panel keys in on those magnificent 7 stocks ahead of the
Bill
upcoming
me.
NASDAQ rebalance. But up next, the latest stock
Bill
picks from
me.
David Dietz. Let's pick his brain. All we need to know coming up.
Okay, I got filled. Put on some weeklies. Probably close them out tomorrow. Got some Carvana call credit spreads on the weekly. On a Friday. One of these new strikes. Close it out tomorrow. It's up 50%. I got the 41 and a half. So basically right at the money. People that are asking why the price squeeze happened at all. And, well, I mean, you're gonna have new people in Superstock. I feel like most of us are trolling in there, and then some legitimately don't understand or don't know. Barbecue up 4%. $45.70 by end of year. Better play than Generac? That's just because you didn't play Generac, right? Just kidding, Al. Did great on it. Just don't look at weekly that often. Will you get big contract moves though if it hits 45? It's a big range, 45 to 70. You're crazy. You're absolutely nuts, Al. Look at you getting closer to the money with a 34 strike. Well done, sir. Not going way out of the money, like 5 standard deviations. This market has lost its mind, and I am reaping all the benefits. Yeah, I know. I like the slow mover breakouts. I don't know if I've ever played Intel. I mean, I can tell it's slow, but okay, you've convinced me. Full port. I kind of want today's or this week's data to pass though. We still have a couple We have PPI tomorrow. Dally. I want to see what tomorrow brings. I don't think I'm gonna get into it today. I might jump in tomorrow though. After that comes out. A little late on it, but could still come back and test here potentially, especially if our data is bad tomorrow. I love standard deviations. You love all the deviations. Give me as many standard deviations as I can get.
It's a good way to describe what's going on here. In the meantime, as far as the markets go, I mean, most people think they stay steady. They don't really see retesting lows. They seem more positive than negative. And even the talk of the recession seems that even if and when it is to come,
Look, Warren Buffett's on.
This year or next year, if that's to happen, that it'll be short-lived. That being said, as you look to put money to work, you even said abroad may provide some opportunities, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the big problems we have now, I'm making a call now that the inflation and Fed risk is starting to morph into recession and valuation risk. Recession risk because, of course, if things continue to cool, the unemployment rate could go up. And valuation risk because when you look at the, we're going to have the Q2 earnings reported starting on Friday here. And we're going to have the third negative year-over-year earnings report. Yet we've seen this nice market go up 16, 17%. What does that tell you? Almost all the gains in the market have been via multiple expansion, not due to higher earnings. And so when you figure that multiples and valuation could be a concern, you got to look overseas where those valuations are much less, those dividend yields are much greater, and certainly they're further behind the potential of inflation coming down and seeing a better market. So that's what we're urging investors to look at today.
Yeah, understood. I do like your thought about the 800-pound gorilla in the room is an extremely aggressive Fed if that were to happen. But let's say things
Slide back up to the kind of support here.
1 or 2 hikes.
Higher support.
2 because that's what they seem to
A
be.
little resistance.
US Bank. That's one you like, US Bank Corp. Tell me about that.
So the takeaway on US Bank Corp is been thrown into the regional bank. I don't want to have anything to do with pile. Yet it's really one of these too big to fail type banks. It's the 5th largest in the country, spanning 26 states.
Close out of the long there.
West of the Mississippi.
Might be setting up a head and shoulders up here too. So be careful of that. Shoulder, head, shoulder.
Management business, other fee-based income business. Meanwhile, this is a stock that's down by 1/3 since the beginning of February. It's yielding about 5.5%. Remember, this is a bank that's increased that dividend 10% per year over the last 5 years. They're only paying out about half their earnings for yield, so you get paid to wait for things to stabilize. The other thing about US Bank Corp has always been a conservative underwriter. So there are concerns about there if we do have a bumpy landing here as to the quality of loan portfolios. I think that's less of a risk with US Bank Corp to take advantage of the big sell-off, knowing that it really should be put and merged with the JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Bank of America type banks.
All right, and then what about Boston Properties? I mean, we just had a guest on so concerned about real estate. Boston Properties popping up on your radar, why?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are big concerns about commercial real estate, but we do know that whatever happens, commercial real estate will survive. And I think the trick to negotiating some of this stuff as an investor is to look for the very best blue chip players in the area, which are going to be sure survivor and may be able to take market share from weaker competitors. So what I like about Boston Properties is focus on the 6
he's fine. It's
cities.
Weird. It's like just a cough.
Boston, Washington, New York,
and going through the kids.
Seattle, LA, and San Francisco.
It's like they don't have any signs of symptoms of like sickness, just kind of a cough.
Park Avenue properties are going to do well that they're going to focus on. And indeed, we heard just the other day, great news, 245 Park Avenue had a transaction with the Japanese that valued it $2 billion, and the company that was involved with it, SL Green, that controlled it, only had a market cap of $1.5 billion. So my point is, I think valuations have gotten too depressed in this area. Meanwhile, Boston Properties, you're getting a 7% plus yield, which could come in handy if markets get volatile going forward.
You made me feel better when you said commercial real estate will survive. You know, it's just there's so much doom and gloom out there. And that makes me feel better because that's sort of
What do you
how
need,
we
Carvana?
always thought of real estate, right?
Need to
Look, it
below
goes up and
41
down,
bucks
but in the end, real estate always
by
seems
Friday.
to be a good
So
investment.
we're good here.
What about Devon Energy? This is your last choice here, your last pick of the day.
So energy has been the weakest sector.
I got pretty screwed on my fill. All those new options, just bigger spreads.
And indeed, I think a lot of that is just antipathy by investors to anything to do with fossil fuels. Indeed, policymakers are discouraging that. But I think the bottom line is that
I might do another,
reduce production.
PPI really doesn't move the market as much, but I might do another strangle or straddle.
Our gas cars and go electric and turn off the natural gas heating our homes and do something else, solar perhaps. So I think there's going to be this continuing demand over the next decade or even longer. And so there's going to be a mismatch between supply and demand. Meanwhile, why Devon? Devon is one of the...
Have they not dropped any AI news?
Since the 80s. One of the all-time...
Intel, have they not talked about AI? They've talked about it, right? Hey, CDB.
Earnings, returning wads of cash to shareholders. They have a big
Ugly chart for Tesla. Look at that.
They buy back stock. You're
Pretty
going to
ugly in SPY right now.
yield depending on where fossil fuels shake up. And they're also very disciplined in terms of more capital spending. They want to return the money to shareholders. Devon's going to be a winner relative to the old energy patch. And I think energy could be a great place no matter where this economy goes.
And look, if you owned it since the 80s, whoever has, they're probably pretty happy. David Dietz, great to see you. Thank you so much. PPAC Private Wealth Management. Always love seeing you, David. Thank you. Coming up next, time to take a look at the bond ETFs. That we better be ready because there could be a shock in rates, maybe a rate collapse. I mean, what's going on next? Let's find out what you need to watch. More on the watch list right after this.
On Fridays, almost sniped me. Trying to claim the snipes. I don't know, that Carvana play like took all my buying power. Look at that Intel, little breakout on the day. High of the day. Those little gap there at 34 bucks. If I want to roll my short or just close out of my Generac. There you go, MULN. Now bounce. Built the animal. AMC made it above VWAP. T-Cat breaking out of nowhere. Tops. What were we just talking about? Those flat stocks? I might as well buy tops. I gotta have my tops. Day's been good, CDB. Yeah, I did pretty well today. Did the straddle yesterday. That worked out this morning. Then short for this drop, which was nice, and was long for some of this. It shook me out a couple times, a little choppy. And gave all those gains to MULN today. Barbecue's up 2.8. Did enter some stuff though. I'm excited about. Averaged into lift calls, and got a call credit spread. Just a weekly one on Carvana. So the price is set right here is fine for me. Needs to stay below 41 or end below 41 on Friday, but I'll probably close it tomorrow. And yeah, we have Al now trying to convince me that Intel will save the planet. So, good day. He says YouTube membership budget. Maybe, yeah. Claims fraud to get a refund. Legit. GNRC, I have to look at it to figure out what I want to do. Okay. It's not that good anymore. Look, it broke out, and it retested the breakout, and then it's back up, and now it's showing more resistance again. So, you know, there was another little trade in here, but it was a short one. It needs another move. And I don't know if I should try and roll my short call or just close it out altogether, because I'm at max profit on it, how it is. So either have to roll my short call to try and squeeze some more out, or call it good. I only have till next Friday, so very happy with my Zoom sell today, by the way, Al. Very, very pleased with myself on that sell. SPY is the ultimate meme stock, 100%.
It didn't matter what was on the label, you saw money go into those products, so I suspect that would be the case.
We looked at RXRX earlier. Didn't it just have that gap on the news? What do you expect? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Holding up nice.
Is there anything else that we left out?
Gapped up, and now it's just flat.
You know, I wonder
might fill that gap.
if
my consolidate up here. There's nothing really to look at as far as trades.
Play the fixed income space. There are some great ETFs that from bond blocks they are splicing and dicing the
You got resistance a little bit higher, and you're above.
C bonds, just double B bonds, right?
Or no, you're below these, so
Interesting space to watch.
Right.
Couple of resistances back here.
On credit spreads
Supports down at
quality. That's the way to go.
Right.
Low of the day.
Category away from your typical passive ag.
And below that, you're probably looking at a gap fill.
Those 2 times and 3
Above
times.
where it's at now, you're looking at resistance at 13 up to 14. Break of that.
Yeah, great
15 and a half.
But not if things are not going on your
Intraday.
Todd Zone, great
Not much to
see
do
you.
on it.
Thank you for being here. ETF strategist at
VWAP.
Strategas, a Baird
Chop.
company. Still ahead in the second half of our show, a mid-year talk about your retirement plan, and then we'll focus more on that magnificent 7 group.
Sorry,
of
Intel's
stocks
gonna
that
save
so
Mars,
well.
not our planet.
As we head to break, let's take a look at winners and losers in the S&P, which hits new highs of 2023.
Not financial advice, not financial advice. But it will save the planet. NRGB. Like a call right might be a nice play on some of these. This one just looks nice. I had this in my long term for a while. I think I ended up closing it. No liquidity. None. Oh, look at the scanner, the screener. What should we look for? What should we look for, folks? Oh, this is new. Option screener. High volume short-term options. Look at these. Look at all this data. Buy calls. You guys have any suggestions for screeners? Let me know. I'll throw them in. Oh, let's buy. Or if you can do like unusual, or let's see, what can we do on here? Days to expire, volume, open interest, delta, implied volatility. That's all you can have. You can't. Look at high implied volatility for Theta Gang, the Theta Farm. See. Volume doesn't have to be too much. I do want some open interest though. One. Yeah. Delta doesn't matter. Oh, here we go. Side, deliverables, expiration date, quotes, last price, change percentage. Ooh, maybe change percentage. Take the delta off for this one. Like open interest and volume. Implied volatility for this one. Change percentage would give us like runners. This one's just going to be screener or IV. Rename it. What? It's already broken. Oh, not 40 to 92. Why is it not? What?
A lift. Take a look at the run up here to $76. Nicole, it's also giving gold a lift. Here it is, up to $19.65 today. And well, you can also see here it is, the dollar down to 100.19. So chalk this up to some of the strength we've seen in the foreign currencies like the British pound.
I'm going to search by implied volatility, but it's not doing it.
Some strength in the Canadian dollar. I mean, there's a handful of currencies. The euro currency's been strong as well. Swiss franc. I mean, really, that whole basket has been on the move higher. The U.S. dollar coming under pressure. Even the yen has been on the move higher.
The screener sucks. It's broken.
You know, again,
oh, it's really slow.
Dollar, I think is what's been helping some of these large caps, some of these multinational names, and this broader base breadth of market rally we're seeing. It's not just those big 7 tech names that are leading this market higher anymore. Again, as mentioned before, Russell, large caps participating today. So we'll keep an eye on the dollar, some of the weakness here in the new year low prints, but this has been a trend that's been going on for a while here now as well. And hey, speaking of that rate environment, a little bit of a disconnect from what we've seen as far as rates and the U.S. dollar as well. So let's watch that divergence also, Nicole.
Interesting.
Yeah, and how about the yen? As you just said, up
Holy crap,
1.5% today. For those who forgot about the yen, we haven't talked about the yen for a long time, but that is a good move, worth noting.
All right.
Thank you so much, Ben Lichtenstein. Nice
Lichtenstein.
Great to
get a Head and Shoulders here.
Sometimes. Let's take a
Thought I
deeper
closed my
dive
long
on your
there.
retirement planning strategies, because now's the time. Half the year is done. Now what? Ty J. Young, CEO of Ty J. Young Wealth Management, joining us. So time for our mid-year checkup.
Climbing back up a little bit, I guess.
Don't even do it, right? So what should we be thinking about? Investors should be checking in on what?
You know what? It is the best time of year to do it.
Might be building a shoulder over here.
First of all, you got to have a long-term plan. You've got to have goals, and then it's important to check on them. For example, are you maxing out your 401k? Are you getting the maximum amount of max? Are you maxing out your IRA?
Maximum amount of max.
For tax-deferred growth.
You just say maximum amount of max?
IRA for tax-free growth is even better. Is your portfolio properly balanced? Do you have too much money in money market at 1%? Do you have too much money at risk in the market? Now's a good time to make sure you have the proper mix of offense and defense, of risk and safety in your portfolio.
Right, and I'm sure everybody doesn't have all those things, but they may have a lot of them. So
maxing the
let's break it
maxing.
down bit by bit. What areas of the market are more?
Yeah, getting a little shoulder on the right hand
What should we
side.
be doing on that?
Helicopter view. You should have the proper allocation for your individual age and risk.
Might be still in this channel though.
You should have the percentage equal to your age, completely protected against losses. So an investor is 60 years old.
Yeah, see, it's tricky. It's not broken out yet. Very, very tricky.
And then the other 40%
There's shoulder over here.
in the market. That's an appropriate mix. Now, that safe side of the equation, that doesn't need to be in a savings account or a money market at 1%. There's great money markets right now at 4 and 5%. There are products like fixed index annuities, you can get 6 to 8%. But the whole equation needs to be balanced properly. The proper amount of risk, the proper amount of safety, and earning a reasonable rate of return at the same time. And it's also
what's up with the
important
screener not working?
to do all that.
Oh, there you go.
So, you know, mark off 60%.
Oh, dude,
make sure it's,
800%.
not going to fall off, and at least you can save that principal.
I probably need to have a
Take look at
price.
What's been going on in the rate environment? Right now, we're seeing a higher for longer rate environment, right? What does that mean to investors?
I need to have a price
Well,
filter.
It gives some advantage on the safe side because you're no longer buying CDs at 1%. You can buy a CD at 4 or 5%. You're no longer, you know, in products like treasuries, there's higher rates, fixed index annuities, there's higher rates, there's bigger bonus, there's higher rates and caps, all means better rates of return. And on the risk side, the market's doing very well right now, even in the face of rates being up like that. So we expect that the market's going to continue. And we actually put together, I'm going to sneak preview to your viewers, we're releasing our investors guide, our video
We got a
investors guide.
head now on a shoulder, so you can build an inverse shoulder here, since it is still on this channel.
TyJyoung.com and get the investors guide, but it goes through the 3 secrets to
Dude, this
financial
guy.
security: safety, a reasonable rate of return, and keep it simple. Those things are huge.
Wow, we should have had that as our breaking news, right? We could have teased that as a glimpse and preview of what
Breaking news.
Yeah, exactly. So that being said, when you think about someone who's younger, you said to
Good
really
one to
be
call.
maxing if you're
They
getting
make
a
them
new
look
job
stupid.
and you're in your 20s or your 30s.
I'm
and
adding a
you're,
filter on
doing
here.
the matching programs and IRAs and things like that. What should they be focusing on?
Price, last price, cheap.
It really comes down to, at that age, it's time in the market. It's not market timing, it's time in the market. So getting the maximum amount of money
I can't price? I don't want
products.
so
The biggest
cheap.
expense we're going to have in our lives, most of us, is going to be taxes. So if we can avoid taxes, defer them, or have them tax-free, that's huge. So the maximum amount of money in Roth IRAs or Roth 401ks. If your company offers a
Dude, this
Roth
isn't even right
401k,
because there's no
take
volume.
advantage of it. Take advantage of the match and have that money grow tax-free with compound interest. It's the magic. Compound interest is magic when it comes to growing the money. So getting as much money as you can, growing tax smart with compound interest is huge in your 20s, 30s, or 40s, and beyond, because people are living longer and longer. But that's
Did he say
okay.
beyond? Everyone buy barbecue.
You know, Ty, I'll tell you something interesting. So I can speak for myself. So when I started out in my career, I wasn't making very much for a very long time. I probably, when I was putting that money aside into IRAs, I probably should have been doing that in a Roth IRA, right? I mean, if you're not going to make money for a while and your career is going to be a long haul, is that a better way to do it?
Is she asking for a raise?
Yes, a Roth IRA, because you avoid that 10, 20,
Yeah, I like the short.
federal tax, that 5 or 6 or
Break
7 or
that
even more
line.
in state tax, because you're not sending that money to the
Nicole,
IRS.
stop talking. He's talking.
Compound interest. So that is huge on that. So Roth is great if you can get it. And now in my career, there wasn't Roth 401ks. Now there is. So you can get a lot more money in
Roth 401k, I didn't know that.
growing tax-free, which is huge.
Right, right. I mean, because there are some people who come out of college or with certain degrees and they start out and they.
Because this
hit
really
the
could
ground
be up
running
here
and they're
too.
making a great paycheck.
I was being very
And there's
conservative
other
at the
careers
bottom of
you
that
have to
wick.
Work long and hard to try and make a buck, right? So it makes
A little
sense
more
to
like
have
that.
those two opportunities. But no matter what you're doing, always save for those rainy days. Ty J. Young, great to see you. Ty J. Young, Wealth Management. Thanks. Still ahead, we bring in our panel to discuss the biggest names in tech. We're talking Apple, NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft. Come on, let's bring in the Magnificent Seven stocks next.
Let me look at the screener. Screener, man. See, this doesn't work though. See, there's zero volume on these. Apron. Apron has some high IV, man. Apron, MMAT. Buys coming down. Yeah, I'm not messing with that. Make sure that split. Might be a good squeeze candidate though. It wakes up. Apron is volatile at times. I have an inverse head and shoulders there. Wait, no options? What am I looking at? Oh, because they split. EPRN 1? Oh, dude, it's showing me split options? That's stupid. What do I do with a split option? EGLE? EPPH? Oh, I need to have a market. Yeah, I'm not gonna open any stocks. I need to do that. Look at AGLE though. It's a nice looking chart. Coming down a bit here. Okay, now I need to add. Guess last price. Yeah, I want last price at least. 10 cents. You start trading futures back on E-Trade. I think the commissions are like half as much. ED's crazy. It's like large amounts. The first like 30 bucks, not 30, sorry, $14 on 3 contracts just goes to the commissions. KSCP. Test, 1, 2, test, 31%. Dang, yeah, looks nice still. Awesome if you're on it. Energy V 15%, Carvana 14%. "10 minutes to power hour." I just put like a trailing stop on these futures. I hardly ever try these. Nice for not having to manage though. Put a stop on them. Four, 5, 12, 25. See if we get a move down to VWAP. Kind of has some support here though. What? Beyond's breaking out. Dang it. 14% on Beyond. Dang, man. Thing just woke up. I wanted to get back into. Said I'd be patient, wait for the retest. You don't always get it. I mean, you kind of got on this one, got the breakout, and then here was your retest. Guess I was hoping for another one. A lot of volume too. There's 12%. Volume just turned on. Did they get news? Not yet. 14%. I don't want to FOMO in. Yeah, I just saw my watch list. I'm like, beyond. I don't remember it being up 13%. I just have to see what these calls would have been worth. Oh yeah, they gave me a short position, I forgot. That is short call that they exercised. Good thing I closed out of that thing. So it was 14 strike for July. I'm at 147. Would have been deep in the money. Ugh. Not crazy. Another 100% on them though. They're at 350 now. Would have been pretty nice. I had two of them. We suck again. Just kidding. No, that was a profit. I'm playing on that. Reduce my risk. Well, I actually wanted to get back in with both cash good puts and calls. Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have thought I was going to retest when it already had. Nice. That volume just turned on. It does look like there's some news or something. Alright, I'm out of that short. I don't like the commissions on that. Those small moves. Get a rip into the power hour. MMAT, GoPro, look at all these. Oh. Oh yeah, GoPro actually looks pretty nice. GoPro's had big moves before. This thing's been volatile. I like it. Not a very good day to go long on it, but oh, it's not very liquid. No, that's not liquid enough. You play the shares. Why are these so cheap? This chart looks nice though. Just what options you'd get. Guess you get the 5s? The 4s? Let me look here. Yeah, I can look on here. Get this option, see how it's been priced. I kind of set up a bear flag here. Hour. Oh, GoPro's a barcoder now. Look at that. Baru, AMC. Have. We're trading Baru. Yeah, you have. WE. We work. UVIX, VIX, GK. The advisor shares, Gerber, Kawasaki. Beyond. Beyond.
$80, then maybe we start to think about this stronger than expected economy generating inflation if crude oil starts to move. Right now,
24
we're
billion.
worried about inflation. Inflation's coming down, and we see that in this big relief rally today. But if you start to see some of the commodity prices really lurch higher going forward, then perhaps
You're involved in an accident, but the claim's not been delivered yet.
that's not the problem here today. It's a good thing generally to see
Said
copper,
no.
to see crude up. A message about the economy that seems to be still resilient, but without producing problematic inflation. And
Let me
evergreen
claim-
rallies. Kevin Hanks and Renita Young joining me here, my colleagues at the top
Endure
of the show.
10%.
Kevin, is there a more bullish scenario we could ask for here than what we got today?
No, I don't think so, Oliver. I think with the dollar breaking sharply lower, the 10-year yields breaking sharply lower. Oh, by the way, throw in grain markets, which are sharply lower as we finish up their day. And you've got a lot of reasons why overall prices for a lot of inputs
Don't you go dying on me.
most investors still have to keep one eye on. Is that going to show up? One of the numbers that we saw today
There's
from
Wix and Power Hour.
CPI data is gasoline was up 1% in that report. So of all the good things, there were still some numbers that were moving higher month over month. So we'll keep one eye on crude oil as we watch this economy move forward. The question really is, what did this do to Jerome Powell or the FOMC's opinion of not necessarily the July meeting coming up here on the 25th and 26th, but all the way out till September 19th and 20th, where the next Fed meeting is? Are we one more and done? I think that has a lot to do with what the dollar's doing, Oliver, as other countries, other areas of the globe still have to fight inflation, and the U.S. seems closer to being done. It's like the ball's rolling downhill. No need
Eisen
to
just
push
woke
it any
up.
longer. So I think
Sort of.
this is an economy that's blossoming like a flower right in front of
Blossom.
our eyes, Oliver.
To your point about letting the ball roll down the hill, I like that analogy here because it does seem that that's the assumption because inflation still is far above the Fed's target, but given the rate at which it's dropping, it seems the market isn't convinced that they're going to have to be super aggressive. We're going to get that 25 basis points according to Fed funds futures, but beyond that, we may not even get anything in the next meeting after July. Right now, that's at like what, a quarter of a percent chance at like 25.
Yeah, you know, the great economist Milton Friedman had a theory. He called it the fool in the shower, where you make small incremental changes. Once you get the shower up and going, which Jerome Powell did over the last year, now your changes are very slight as you're trying to get the right temperature. And so
That's a good analogy.
is not to make dramatic swings in the temperature of the shower. And he compared that to monetary policy. Only slight changes now. We may be at the stage where Jerome Powell is just wants to tweak the overall interest rates now, not make any dramatic moves, which tells the markets, I believe, we're at the end of the road here, Oliver.
All right. And the optimism certainly flowing throughout the market today, including from analysts. Renita, one of the big notes is out from Dick Beauvais, a regular here on the show, runs the financial coverage at Odeon Capital with a pretty big upgrade at Morgan Stanley. Tell me what he's saying.
Well, he upgraded this stock and has a price target that assumes about a 9% move to the upside, which is still pretty
In
good.
history, I think all the recessions came after they stopped raising rates, I think, right?
Earlier this year.
Because once they stopped.
The analysts took this stock
I mean, sorry, the market bottoms.
That price target is $94 a share. And he notes how Morgan Stanley has seen growth in
That's
the
when the
wealth
big sell-off is in the
management
crash.
business, as well as the investment banking business, right? And that the impact of the Fed raising rates has not been as bad as feared.
That's a lot of fun.
This fits in with the larger narrative
sorry.
of us having better than expected data in the face of the Fed raising rates, right? The same has happened with Morgan Stanley. It's recovered from those lows. And the analyst says despite those interest rate hikes, Morgan Stanley is going to be able to benefit from the Fed policies that have not constrained the monetary supply as much as anticipated. Now, he does say that one thing could be hurting this stock.
Might get a sell-off into close. Low of the day, maybe.
He says that
Head and shoulders, pretty solid, and it's out of that
practice.
Out of that trend.
He says that, simply put,
It's uptrend.
Morgan Stanley knows how to grow in an environment like this.
All right. So
Taking a while, but I think
we get a big
should.
upgrade from a well-respected, well-known analyst on the banks, a sector that has been pretty shaky over the last couple months. The year to date, we see it reverberating throughout the market here. Solid day for financials, really important group, I think. A nice contribution into today's rally. Appreciate it, team. Thanks, Renita Young and Kevin Hinks. Joining me here in the studio, Marta Norton's the Chief Investment Officer of Americas at Morningstar Wealth. Marta, great day to have you here.
Oh yeah, this lady.
Day for the market, it seems like. What do you think?
Also have a head here and a shoulder, so
when we see an
maybe on the
inflation
inverse.
print like this, it's really confirming, I think, to a lot
I don't
of the
see-
market that the disinflationary trends that we've been watching over the course of the year have continued to gain momentum. And there's reason for optimism, at least from the market's perspective, as we look at today's action, that the Fed is actually engineering a soft landing. And it's interesting to harken back just to a year ago when a lot of the research coming out of sell-side analysts and of kind of researchers overall was how improbable a soft landing is actually to achieve. And so I think the market is really encouraged by what we're seeing today. But as I like to remind myself and others, one print is one print, and there's a longer trend to keep an eye on.
I think that's a really important reminder and context of how different the conversation today is versus even 6 months, but especially, you know,
What do you think about housing?
12 months ago.
In the States, I think on average,
how that might transition in
it still has quite a bit of a correction to go through. That said, I've noticed pricing already getting close to pre-COVID.
Is that sustainable, the rate at which we're dropping
So
the ball rolling down the hill, as Kevin
that could be the bottom in some areas.
Think about disinflation or whatever we're experiencing?
Well, when we take a look at
to me, it's a better buy. Like if I'm getting pre-COVID levels, I'd be pretty inclined to buy it. However, your interest rates are much higher now, so you'll be paying more for your mortgage.
Of course, as housing prices flow to the CPI, that's coming on a
So
lag
if you're
basis. So it's
just dealing in cash, basically.
declines that have already occurred. And when we take a look at what's happening with durable goods, I mean, there's a lot of forces at play
So
that would suggest that disinflation
you want to
has
truly
gained
get it back to pre-COVID levels, it'd have to be whatever 4% or so less than it was pre-COVID, because your interest rates are about that much more.
Comparing ourselves to lower inflation prints in the back half of 2022.
Yeah, it's getting close. It's getting closer.
For inflation, the
I know.
housing market
I was
has
crazy.
stabilized a bit. What does that mean for inflation over time? And we're going to have to see some pretty
They look like
remarkable
allies.
declines month over month to have the kind of normalized inflation rate that the Fed would want to see. So I still think there's question marks there, but certainly there's momentum in the near term.
How do we know if there is a new sort of source of inflation?
Might not get
from the
many
demand
patterns
side
playing out here come the end of the day.
forces that have
Algos and
so
buying on
clearly from
close
the
and selling on
supply side over
close.
the past
Sometimes
year?
can take over.
Is there
Trading the
a
last
way to
hours
kind of know if wages
can
are
be a
going to
little
be sticky, or
sketchy.
it does seem like the cat's out of the bag for the supply side. All those COVID imbalances of the supply chain seems to be the big force working here. But to your point, comps are going to get a little bit trickier going forward.
That's right. And so I think some of the things that folks are watching, as you allude to, really relate to the labor market. So job openings coming off their peak, wage gains maybe coming back a bit relative to where they've been at their heights. So a lot of those numbers look to be softening, but the question is how much softer are they going to get? And I think, rather than putting out a precise expectation for inflation, I think it's really valuable to think in a range of outcomes, because that allows you to be flexible across your portfolio rather than leveraging it all or throwing it all after one big bet on inflation one way or the other.
It seems like the market's kind of giving some credence to that view on days like today. Participation's broader.
Beyond me.
You got Nvidia up.
It's all doing nice actually here.
But you've also got
That red
banks
candle,
doing
but
well. You've got
they're just holding
materials
up.
actually being the leader as a percent basis on a sector.
Volume's
so
crazy.
There seems to be an approach
There
here
was
that's
no
a little
news?
bit more nuanced,
No news on
perhaps,
that.
than kind of the hideout and big tech trade that was the hallmark of the first quarter.
I mean, perhaps the argument, and it's always hard to put an explanation behind, short-term price moves, but perhaps the argument that the market is leveraging to is this idea of a soft landing. So at the start of the year, maybe folks are hiding out in growth. Certainly that area got hit last year, and then you have the AI enthusiasm. And now as folks start to process the idea of a resilient economy, maybe some of these areas that were real trouble spots in the first quarter, like banks, are starting to look like they have a happier ending after all. So that could be part of what's driving the enthusiasm across the broad brush of the market.
I think kind of related to that point is the notion that maybe we're not as binary of a focus on the Fed, where Fed surprising is the only thing that matters to the market. Fed hawkish, Fed dovish. I mean, market says we're going to get 25 bips this month. After that, it's a little bit mixed. But we were looking at another 25 just within the last couple weeks. So could we get, maybe a surprise of a hike or so without totally messing everything up here?
I think it depends on what people think of the long-term trend. So if they feel as though the Fed is just trying to put that final nail in the coffin with a second hike, but they feel as though we're not going to see, the tremendous hikes that we saw last year, I'm not sure a second hike would upend the entire market enthusiasm. That said, when I take a look at how much the market has moved, particularly in these Magnificent Seven stocks, I think there's room today to take some profits off the table, despite the fact that the headlines
Rivian's
that we're
up
seeing,
5%.
in kind of media across the globe these days look a little bit more positive than they did previously.
Okay, so if
Ubo
we
hitting the highs.
really well, we take some profits.
17 and a quarter.
Where do we put it then? Do we go and we
Put it in your
buy
pocket.
bonds after the big move in yields the last couple weeks?
We've had this conversation multiple times on this channel.
If the dollar broke down
Al,
to new lows, that would mean yields are going to be
guessing
right
her age.
behind. But there's this big gap that's emerged.
She could be your wifey.
Put more money in bonds on this idea of the worst.
I narrowed her age down
aggressive Fed in
to
the past, or do we put money in
40 to like
stuff? What's that trade-off look like from an asset
55, 3.
allocation perspective?
So I think if we're thinking about asset allocation, stocks, bonds, I think it still makes sense to be relatively
Okay,
neutral
38.
positioned, and it relates to your
38 to
second
53.
point there. that there's a room for a rotation within equities. We don't have to sit in the nosebleed valuation areas of the market. There's tons of opportunity in banks, certainly rallied lately, but have suffered quite a bit this year.
Yeah.
And we take a look at other areas of the U.S. equity market. Materials is something that we've started to screen as pretty attractive in our models. And we like a ton of stuff outside the U.S., not broad brush non-U.S. stocks, but Germany, UK, a lot of emerging markets like Brazil.
No, mate, yeah, I don't know.
Those are good places to be from a valuation
Yeah, I
standpoint.
think so.
Now, within fixed income, I also think there's attractive areas. It's hard to get a better risk reward than what we're seeing in very short.
We've seen her at her
treasuries
house
today.
or office or something,
A really nice
straight
yield.
on.
You're not sacrificing that much from a yield perspective.
Looks a little
but you
different that
also
way.
Don't run the same risk that you
But yeah,
would
her
face
eyes are
maybe
crazy.
in an area like
I don't
high
know
yield,
if
where the yields
they're
are attractive,
contacts
the
or
spreads
what,
are
but
tight.
they're
So I think there's
crazy.
a little bit of kind of a nuance to the positioning, but not necessarily a big stock bond call.
I'm curious about the U.S. versus
Beyond new high of the day there,
international,
1850.
because it seems like the dollar is telling us that central banks, with the exception, I
Yeah,
guess,
I can't
of
believe
China's
that.
central bank, because they're being much more stimulative, but literally every other central bank right now, even the Bank of Japan, it seems like the market thinks that they're going to start cracking down a little bit, being a little bit more hawkish.
All right, Spy,
but,
let's just get a little
is
VWAP
that calculus
test.
different from an
GME's coming
investment
down into
perspective?
close
Where
here.
we go, okay, hawkish central
0.2%
bank,
down.
bad for the stock market. Other places, is it different?
Well, it's kind of an interesting thing because we think, oh, good news
All in
for
21%
the U.S.
down.
Inflation is lower. Maybe the Fed's taking its foot off the brake a little
There you
bit.
go, V.
And
There
yet
you go,
at the same
Spy.
time, the real enthusiasm is currencies outside the U.S. And I think that reflects a bit of, to your point, divergence in central bank policy. We look at the U.K., we're not seeing the same positive signs around disinflation within the U.K. So that means that there's potentially a better kind of trade-off between U.S. rates and U.K. And I think that's true, to your point, in different areas around the globe. So there's certainly, when we take a look at currencies,
That's because you're older than Jenny.
opportunities away from the dollar.
And I.
Okay. And as far as the surprise that would make the market uncomfortable from the Fed, it seems like 0 or 1 or maybe even 2 hikes we could take into stride. But if we start thinking about
There you
3,
go,
maybe
Spy.
it's
Let it
less
out.
here.
Let it
And I
out.
think we'll see that in the data, obviously, before we see the rate hikes. So if we start to see inflation not continue to
Now
follow
close
this
at
disinflation
VWAP or
narrative,
just
if we start to
hold the
see
Valhalla?
jobs data coming in and moving higher, then potentially the market could panic a bit.
All right. Martha, great to catch up and fantastic timing and great macro analysis.
The market was super frothy for CPI
Thank you, Martha Norton, Morningstar.
by rallying in today.
Good message here about how to interpret today's response to inflation.
See what we get for today's close.
Inflation continues. Watch for any surprise in the opposite direction that would cause the Fed not just to hike, but maybe to do it multiple more times than currently expected. Market feeling pretty comfortable. When we get back, let's talk a little discomfort in the social media world. Mark Zuckerberg's threads at Meta were the story of the social media world last week. I don't know, it feels like it's kind of fizzled a little bit, but that doesn't.
Jenny, she's 27. There you go, Spy. There you go. Might run these until about 3:45. The short. I just put a stop clock, stopwatch on it instead of a price or a price action. Oh, never mind. Bouncing on that level. I think if there is selling, I think the last 10 minutes we might get the opposite of whatever's coming into it. GME down 1.5% now. SPY still flushing. Set up another inverse cup here. Daily candle's gonna be ugly. Oh, not bad. There's some body on it. Red body. Gotta be patient. Last time I was gonna close the low of the day, just flush through it, so I don't think we'll get something similar. I don't know. We could. Very well could. 4-4. 13 would be the next support. That breakout high. Pretty good price action on SPY today, really. Not a whole lot of chop. Pretty clear ranges and movement. Heavy on SPY puts. Like dailies. I would be careful trying to hold it past 444, depending on your time frame and your plan when you entered. Not sure if we'll get down there, but if we do, I would probably be closing all of them. Oh, SPY, you don't want to do that. What are you doing? What are you doing? There you go, a little consolidation. No problem. I'll allow it.
Really keep an eye on, because as of early this week,
never seen this guy before.
Threads was about a third of Twitter.
Okay. So
Talking threads. Weeklies, 440.
Number of, I don't know what they call it, a thread? Or is it,
oh, you average into them?
On Twitter. Is it a thread on threads? I don't know. Is that how it works? Is it like
I
number
guess
of
so.
threads?
I don't even know the terminology for this network yet, so let's call them threads.
So time spent is your main metric right now.
446.
Yeah, and that's,
you got more at 446. Today's high was 447, 48.
Platforms. When we look at streaming, time spent is the holy grail for a lot of these services, because the more time users are,
you kind of need a gap fill.
The more opportunities for subscriptions, the more opportunities for advertisements, in-app purchases. That's what everyone's looking to have, and that's probably why Meta's rolling out a Twitter competitor. because that's another avenue that it can get users, that they can show advertisements. So it makes a lot of sense.
Not liking this bounce to
But yes,
VWAP.
time spent and then active users. The product of those two, you're going to get total hours. And that, you know, for a lot of these services,
Coming up on
really
3:30.
speaks to how much revenue they could generate.
I'll give it some more
primarily on
time.
advertisements.
15 more minutes.
So the fact that there was this big, fast adoption, a little bit of a plateau, and then even a decline over the weekend. I mean,
Decline in users? What?
I'm not the social media
That's
growth
weird.
expert, but I don't think that's the way it's supposed to work, right? It's kind of supposed to only go in one direction. But then again, when you start with such a massive amount of people, you know, maybe this will be a little bit of a different path going forward.
I think so. I think, again, the unprecedented nature of the first 72 hours of signups probably meant there was nowhere to go but down over the immediate short term. But
Carvana sold off pretty good there from the tops. Head and shoulders playing out. Below VWAP now.
That network. I think the one thing to call out that may make a bullish point for Threads is that Meta is in the midst of a really strong couple of quarters in terms of growing its core social networking properties. Instagram and Facebook Blue have been the top performers in the Sensor Tower data set in terms of engagement over the last several quarters. And one thing that they've done to see that success is they've successfully integrated features from competitor networks. So obviously that sounds familiar what's going on with Threads, but the key catalyst behind time spent growth on Facebook Blue and Instagram has been Reels and short form video and basically figuring out what was working for TikTok and then integrating that into their platforms. So I think there's reason to believe that Threads over time will be able to emulate some of the successful things that Twitter's doing and bring that to its user base.
Okay. Seems like they still have some proving to do, though, with a little bit of a slowdown from the initial excitement. Well, we know that first 100 million was effectively like an anti-Musk movement almost. So now let's see what they can do.
I want to hold below VWAP. Might close if we break VWAP.
Spite move. Now we see if they produce some content. Like the data. Thanks for the update, Anthony. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Oliver.
One last little test down here. Next 15 minutes.
Coming up,
get an exit.
Let's trade. Let's get bullish, of course.
Let's get nuts.
One of the big winners of the market
Toast.
over the past year. It's
Toast.
Uber. And today it's a little changed, but there's bullish activity in the stock after an incredible run, and it's trying to push to a new high. Be right back.
That's it, Spy. Little bear flag. Come on. Bullish on it? Like TA wise or fundamentally, or what do you mean? I'm out. Dang, could have caught the bottom a lot better. Oh well. That's the thing with trading the last hour. You just how it goes. We very well could come back down here and retest here, even start filling the gap before end of day, but it also could be back up to 446. This was the last structure I saw as Head and Shoulders breaking out of that channel. You know, the bottom. Yeah. Saw a little Head and Shoulders for me here, but still in a downward bear flag. Oh well, made some gains on it. Squeeze coming. There's every court hearing basically the opportunity for not even a squeeze. The opportunity for shareholders to have any value when this is over is becoming less and less. So whatever you have invested in barbecue, basically every court hearing we've heard, it's become less and less of a chance. So you're saying there's a chance, pretty much. Squeeze on top of that? I don't know how that would even work. I would not even be hopeful for a squeeze at all. I would be stoked if you had any value, because if you do have value, it will probably be a pretty good amount. I'd say at least 10x from where it is right now, and that's without a squeeze. Which, if it's a carve out and a new ticker, I don't think you necessarily get a squeeze on that, but I don't know how that would work. On just the shoes. Why do they have high IV? What's this screener telling me? July calls 242%. Oh, it's super deep in the money. It's just like discrepancies in the market, in the options chain. Yeah, that's super high. But what? Buy still go in there. Need to refine this screener a bit. Don't even know what to add. Oh, maybe delta. I should probably have a delta in there. Yeah, that's what I need. And a delta. One. Is that too far? Oh, dude, did Ride go OTC? Oh, it did. Lordstown. Bon voyage. Another EV to go bankrupt. Might as well buy this one. Gonna buy barbecue.
Come in there and buy some August calls on the downside here, or on the upside. The August 10 strike calls, traders buying over 4,000 of those. Average debit
6
of
to
about
8.
$1.20.
So
Break even of 11.20
again, it's not going to be with BBYQ. BBYQ is bankrupt.
Above the current share price.
And
in there today, Oliver,
I don't think there's any way, unless a buyer buys all of it. Which, yeah, I guess there is still a scenario where a buyer could buy all of it. But like I said, each court hearing that's less and less likely. So probably your highest likelihood of having any value of what you hold would be a carve out, or yeah, I think just a carve out where you would actually get shares of a new stock. So you don't know what price that would be or what market cap or what they'd be valued at. If you got that.
There's not a lot.
So giving price targets on BYQ might be kind of futile.
There's a few. What I'm thinking of, we were talking about the other day that's close to it. I mean, relative.
Pfizer was earlier.
Pfizer was one we were thinking about.
In the money, yeah, I needed Delta.
You know, there's a few of those that are kind of down there in the muck, but
They said they have a
the list
path
is
out of
short,
Chapter 11.
So it's kind of useful to keep track of them because days like today,
Yes.
if you're a big time loser,
Not for either of the
stock,
IPs
that's just what
or
it is.
either of them as a going
You're up
concern.
10%.
Just for the
Some
assets.
bullish momentum out there.
Right.
Okay, so they're buying upside calls here for both these trades. What about for Toast, which has been pretty solid?
Yeah, up 4%
Right.
today, about 36%.
What's the
so
path,
far
and why would
this year,
shareholders
so
have
it's
any
making some inroads. If you look
any
at the
value?
last quarter, revenue soared 53%.
Oh, Intel's in the money.
On this one, subscription revenue grew 70%.
Nice.
So they've had.
Isn't that
some
nice?
decent
Getting them close to the
reports.
money.
Jefferies yesterday initiated coverage of Toast with a $28 price target. Their growth is moderated a little bit.
Should have gotten further out of the money, Al.
To their model,
IP
right?
was sold as a
POS,
shared asset.
Point of sale type of system company. Now,
It's going to be. You don't know that. You're guessing and hoping.
Exclusively for the revenue that they generated.
That is one of the
Now,
possibilities.
They're going to start tacking
Or
on a
carve out.
99-cent fee per order over $10 on the consumer also. So they'll be getting paid not only by the restaurant that
Well, you don't know who
uses
it's
the
shared
point-of-sale
with, is that
system,
right?
but also the consumer. That might make the restaurants a little bit upset, but I think they have that leverage. They're moving into hotels and some of the travel industry also. They got a partnership with Marriott at this time, at this point. So that makes call buyers come out of the woodwork when you see, maybe that revenue generation, that free cash flow, and the partnerships that they're signing. Out here in the August monthly cycle, so 37 days till expiration, traders bought over 10,000 of the 30 strike calls for an average debit of only 25 cents. So that break even of $30.25 over the next month, that's about 23% above the current share price in there. So you're going to need a continuation of the move that we've seen
It's not nice.
In 2023.
No, now it's much more mellow. You can just hold those. They're in the money. They're not going to drop a bunch in value real quick.
Higher is about 12 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. So yeah, call buyers coming out of the woodwork here in Toast, thinking that we're going to see some more extended gains for this name.
Yeah, the securing the path out of Chapter 11.
Rally here, I do think makes sense.
That was in context, though, of
the
Bye Bye
device
Baby as a going
application
concern
is very much
has
like
no
a
buyers
economy coming back
and no interest.
Kind of cyclical, it should be.
And only
consumer related.
only the IP
related, I think makes
getting
sense.
a buyer, which is Dream on Me.
As they expand their business and increase their partnerships,
And we're just saying that in general.
They throw on that 99-cent.
So coming out of Chapter 11 with
for the consumer
with
also,
what? Just
when you order
just whatever
takeout
assets
food
aren't sold yet.
or something, or you go to a restaurant and you pick up food and they're tacking on 99 cents to your bill.
I know.
That just goes under fees for you. So
It's going to Toast.
Yeah, it's going to Toast.
I'm Toast.
Yes, and you're Toast.
I just saw the other day that the origin of that phrase, "You're Toast," officially formally attributed to Bill Murray from Ghostbusters.
I'm not saying not to put money on the bet. I'm just
I didn't know that.
Yeah, one of the first
I'm just telling Mr. Will Be So Rich BBB
our budget
my thoughts.
the fees. Thanks, Tom, for the trades. All right, bullish across the board here when we come
And
back.
I shared the thoughts that I understand as windows for any sort of value that a shareholder might have at this point.
In the language for a group that at one point was kind of struggling there. We'll get an update from Jenny on that stock, and then we'll trade the dollar and commodities with Dan Deming. We got 20 minutes left in the day. Equities still firm.
Look at this. Now SPY's setting up another inverse head and shoulders up here. Might get a rip into close. Crazy. I don't know. I shouldn't trade it. It's the last 15 minutes. It's always tempting though. There's all volatility in the last hour. You're just like, oh, I want to jump in. Considering straddle for CP or PPI though. PPI. I don't know. Is it a lie? No, I think it's just normal PPI. Probably a lie though also. I went up at a casino. That doesn't work on red or black. Don't do it, MC. That only works on the numbers on roulette. There's a total buyout. Yes. I think that is still a possibility that there is a total buyout. And Dream on Me and Overstock are, I don't know, screwed. I guess shared assets, so it might be some sort of partnership. Shareholder value in that, though, still could be 0, even if it is a total buyout. Like, very possibly could. There's no scenario where shareholders are guaranteed value. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say no scenario. Yeah, basically if they way overpay for it, there's a total buyout, and they've come out of Chapter 11, then yeah. Just depends on the price. I'm intrigued by how it's retaining its value right now. That's pretty interesting. So now it truly, I'd say, is priced and has been priced around this level for Chapter 7. Makes sense. 217 million market cap. Possibility for something. And
So I'm personally excited. I'm curious if you're going to see it. George Tillis has already said he will not be seeing it.
Well, George's children may have something to say about that. I could see him getting dragged in by the females in his family to see Barbie. I mean, Margot Robbie, Ryan Gosling can't seem to go wrong. I will be going based on what the audience score says, because there's so much advertising and marketing for this. I feel like they're already paying off like the actual former critics. So I'm not going to believe anything that's on, the critic rating. But if the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes is above 70%, then okay, I'll give it a shot. But it's going to have to be down the list with MI, whatever it is, like 10, Tom Cruise, and then Oppenheimer. But I'll tell you, the Oppenheimer Barbie release timeline is creating the most theater chatter and movie chatter and social media that I think I've heard in I don't know, years probably.
Movie theaters are back, so you got to go Barbie, then Oppenheimer, I think.
And then Napoleon.
And then, well, that's in a few months. And then Napoleon.
On,
that's October or November, isn't it?
Wow.
Lots to look forward to here.
Yeah, totally. All right, so easy call for Mattel if it's a success. Maybe 5 below 2 for the cheap Barbies. Okay, $5 Barbies. Thanks, Jenny Horn. All right, let's go to Dan Deming, managing partner at KKM Financial. Dan, let's first get your top movie pick for the next 3 months. What is it?
Oppenheimer.
All right, thank you, guy.
I'm going there.
Okay, yeah, of course. All right, let's talk about.
I don't know if it's as simple as borrowing that amount. I think he's. I thought it was just too.
Yeah, Oliver, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it
get rid of some of the risk on his stock.
The market is adjusting for a Fed that's going to be ending its hiking.
But I'm not sure. That's my understanding. Yeah, so yeah, it's ripping 60% now.
Pricing in one more hike, basically in July, and then
broke that dollar.
Probability that they stay the rest of the year based on the reaction to this morning's data. And I think the issues in Europe, the issues in the UK are still a challenge for those central banks, and they're going to continue to ratchet up interest rates to combat those inflationary pressures and some of the other things they're contending with. And I think this is just a result that we are certainly appear to be nearing the end of this rates increase cycle, maybe a little ahead of the curve, obviously ahead of the curve earlier in the year, but now it does feel that the second time here, we'll see if
I
this
might do another
continues to stay
straddle.
hold. But the dollar breaking below 100.5 today, I think, is quite
Oh, does
significant.
PPI move the market,
and now
though?
I think certainly 100
Sometimes.
is in peril. And if you look at some of the other
It misses
major,
or beats.
FX markets today, you're looking at them breaking out to multi-month highs. There's
got jobless
year
claims,
highs,
too.
especially when you look at the euro and the British pound.
Yeah, even the Japanese
No,
yen
I'm not gonna do it.
in the mix last 3 days, just ripping.
I'll trade the futures, maybe.
I thought, we've gone through this time and again. How many, fool me once,
Let me
fool
push
me
my luck.
twice. We keep hearing about how the new governor is going to be more aggressive. I think there's some veracity to that.
We'll see. It's a 2-month high here for the Japanese yen. It's
Almost
still
ready.
not comparable to what's taking place when you look at the British pound and the euro. But it's certainly.
Why is Icon a good
significant
buyer
reaction here across the board
for
in all the
shareholders?
major FX markets today? And I think the
have a lot
dynamic
of-
is certainly in place where you could see the yen continue to benefit from
let's
some of
see.
the recent
There's
trends.
a lot of
And
people angry at him for other
particularly if,
acquisitions that he has
the
done.
markets are digesting this data.
Not just
and the
shareholders.
markets seem fairly well at peace at this point, as far as when you look at the volatility expectations, things as far as how the equity markets are reacting.
People started
And that's
idolizing
another,
Icon as
pressure
this
point
great
for the
buyer
dollar.
for
I mean, some of
barbecue
the
shareholders for no
major
reason,
uncertainties that the
other
market
than
was
the
contending with
documentary
earlier
came
in
out
the
with
year
him,
are, at
and
least
that he would be
the
good for the
short
company.
term, and we'll see if it extends into the second
Not
half
for the
of this year,
shareholders. Why?
coming out of the market. And when some of that anxiety comes out, the dollar and that safe haven mentality also loses its cachet. And now we're seeing, it flowing into the commodity spaces too, as well. Certainly, Bitcoin being another attractive
10 minutes
or
of
beneficiary, I
Fugazi.
should
Here we
say,
go.
of what's taking place. But
Fubo's
look at
up
gold
14 and a
and
half.
silver today. They're certainly benefiting from the reversal or the shift in the trend.
Love that you threw that
Beyond
out there,
hanging
Dan,
out above
'cause it does
VWAP.
deserve a mention today. I was just thinking about it because it seems like all of the indications would be for a strong day for Bitcoin. Risk assets up, Fed aggression getting priced down, BTC though lower a percent, even with gold, silver, commodities up. I mean, I guess if inflation's cooling off, then Bitcoin loses a big part of its narrative.
I think Bitcoin has had a nice run, and it certainly caught a bid. I think when a couple of weeks ago when it jumped up to that 31,000 level. So it's not not all asset classes are going to participate in this kind of dynamic on a daily basis, and certainly today we're seeing it influencing several asset classes, and Bitcoin is possibly taking a break today because of the fact that it had a significant run up before this data came out. I mean, that's one possible scenario, but also when you look at it from a longer term trend, though, Oliver, there's no question that it's still maintaining this upward trajectory. So even with today's hesitation, I'd still say that if
I mean, he can hate short sellers and still not give shareholders value, because that would affect his bottom line.
Thanks for the
The
thoughts,
NOLs,
Dan.
yeah, that is the one thing that
between the
is
FX markets and
seems
some
to be
commodities. Appreciate Dan Deming, managing partner at KKM Financial, coming up. Let's get our Schwab panel.
value for shareholders.
Put a bow on the session as we've got
That's a
10 minutes left.
pretty
Stick
big
around.
tax write-off, and the details of keeping shareholders whole in that scenario, I don't know how whole that is, but yeah, someone like Icon I'm sure would like a big tax write-off. Alright, 5-minute finger slap coming up. Thank you guys for the support today. 50 likes on the board. Well done. Appreciate it. Very good. Alright, I'll go over the trades I did today. So I'm not doing a recap video. I do want to do a recap though with the Theta farm and its progression. But I don't think I have, I'll be able to do it today. Boycott showing Generac. Let's look at Generac one more time now that you mention it. I'm down a little bit, it's up 1.2%. Just flat on the day. Yep, no, still no shares in iBorrow. It'll probably come back at like 200%, maybe more. I don't know. It's exciting for sure. Alright, so here are the trades. SPY's coming down a little bit. Oh yeah, let's see today. Alright, there's today. So sold the call this morning. Could have waited, of course. We did end up having that rally. But that was fine. Sold the call. Sold a put too. Oh no, I never sold the put actually. It was just too far out of the money. Sold the Zoom calls. Sold the barbecue shares out of here. Here's the one trade, the 1 day trade I did on dailies on SPY. 1051. Right here I bought puts. Break of this channel and a little head and shoulders up here. A lot of patience. I was watching close for it, waiting. Bought 3 of those. Sold one at 1131. It was right here with this kind of support. Sold another one at 1139. Right here at VWAP. And so the last one at 1140. Lower VWAP. So missed that little flush through on the options. However, I had futures for this whole rip or drop, which was nice. And then average into my lift calls for August 13. And then opened up a call credit spread on Carvana. Basically just need Carvana below 41. I'll probably close this out tomorrow. See how high it's at. Those are the options today. And then this other account I did the futures trading on this account today. So yeah, I'm not gonna go over those. Basically the same thing as a SPY, but I trade it more. Fortunately, had the long here and actually got shaken out, but that would have been nice long. Otherwise, had a nice short here on the head and shoulders. Had a short here, closed out, chopped around in there. Up on the day though. Bought more TBLT, and then sold dumpster fire MULN. That's it on there. SPY's coming down to VWAP. 2 minutes to go. Barbecue ending out the day 29.30, up 2.8%. TAY's it's looking pretty good. I mean, holding strong support above 27 cents. Has 30-cent resistance. Really just need a breakout of 30 cents now. For the long, for the short, break below 27 cents. So yeah, kind of building a bull flag though. Still doing it. The cup and handle, I guess you could say that's still in play. Yeah. Once this reverses, you'll know. Yeah, you could say you have a little inverse head and shoulders here, but really just needed to break that level we're at right now. And maybe it already kind of is, because you can see its downward trend. So it's starting to slow its downward trajectory. Going from that, kind of like this. So slowly turning around, but it really just depends on fundamentals, the news, the whatever, that stuff. GME down 1.9. This still, I think, could be support. Don't like the head and shoulders still. SPY with the gap up and basically just consolidation, up 0.7%. Red candle in the day. It's in a breakout though, so probably looking for a retest, and then if it shows support either on the high or at the gap fill, I think we are going up. So I'm not sure that the low is in before we start going up, basically. We have PPI in the morning, and you're fired. Oh, I turned it off. You're lucky. You're not fired. Wait till Friday, and I figure out how to unmute it. Let's see. Yeah, PPI. That's the bell. Ding ding. PPI. Initial jobless claims 8:30. Then Friday's import price index, consumer sentiment. Big volume in the last hour. Yeah. Interesting. Carvana missed this squeeze. And I don't know. I will disprove that I can loan DD all day, every day. Days without shares? Yeah, you'd have to just look back on the I borrow. Graco, Nuck, Baby Jogger, Aprica, Suffer, Baby Foes under. Newell stated about is less than 3% of their sales. That's not much at all. Maybe I'll just eat some popcorn and watch you guys chat about this. I'm curious about it. Maybe I'll pour myself a beverage and listen. Historical data? I mean, iBorrowDesk. iBorrowDesk.com. That's what I look at. So, to see where there's a gap in days, I think it would gap on the... Not sure how you would quickly find where there was a gap in shares available. Well, here you go, right here. It's probably here. Look at this. Yeah. So 1.5. Oh, it says available. No available. There's 1 day. But look, if nothing's showing up, then it's probably not available. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So it's the weekend. 10 there were none. 11 there were none. 12 there were none. 13 there were none. Weekend. 17 there were none. 18 there were none. And shares. So basically none from January 6th until January 19th. So that whole area in there, and then up here, you've got a gap from January 25th till there's one day where there's 100, but besides that, January 25th till January 9th, or sorry, February 9th. Look at the price of barbecue in those times. Yes, it was very squeezy. Squeezed up before there, and then no available, and it dropped the whole time. Rallied back up. Shares became available after it dropped quite a bit. You can try and just trade based on this chart, but it doesn't always work like that. And now that it's an OTC and everything's going on, I don't know how the correlation, if it is the same or not. It's quite possible it's not. It's not the same. It's different. Yeah.
And Japan starting to decelerate, starting to see improvement when it came to these inflation metrics. And if you actually zoom out on that chart, what we actually tend to see on a long time frame, and this is since 1989, once we start seeing that rapid deceleration in
it's not that unusual, no. I mean, it's unusual, but yeah, I mean, you just saw in January there were weeks and weeks where there were none that popped up. You've seen it with GME too for maybe weeks at a time.
We saw that in the early 90s.
But again, it's they did an OTC with it having a Q on there, like
until today. I mean, the trend has been there. You can actually see it on the
we'll see.
chart.
I mean, maybe we're about to have a huge rip.
We try to retest that
I
top
just
and then move to the
don't
downside,
think
and
there
it
will
actually
be unless
happens
there's
pretty
fundamental
rapidly.
change,
Usually over 3 to
fundamental
6
news.
months, you can see a dramatic move when it comes to the dollar.
Because this is basically
here.
shorts
If you look at the
one.
chart set up right now for today, it looks very similar to
And they have no reason to close.
that I told you about. So
Unless
keep
they
your
have
eye
a
on
reason to
that.
close.
I'm not sure how it's going
Right.
to really resolve itself at this point in time. It usually indicates that we
The
start seeing
clock is in their favor at this
curve,
point,
and
as
we
far
start
as we
seeing
know.
some of these sectors like
Possible it's in
industrials, materials,
long's favor,
financials
but
starting to outperform. Now,
as far as we know,
industrials
it's in the
are seeing
short's
a little bit
favor.
of a sell-off today, but it's at a pretty extreme levels when you're looking at some of the technicals like RSI and CCI. So just some perspective. If you look at it from a 2-year time frame, you might not have the same type of perspective instead of looking at a 30-year.
As far as we know, he's losing money left and right.
34-year time frame.
It did take a pretty big hit on Dragonfly.
Well,
Was
I
it
like
Dragonfly?
The way it kind of shows how extreme those dollar peaks tend to be.
I think so.
Really liked the
All right, I'm gonna leave you guys with that. Thank you for the support again. Sub up, leg up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. 51 likes in a day. Well done.
A lot of people forget.
We will see you tomorrow.
Period, which also kind of helped pierce the bubble. And the dollar basically did
And
exactly what
Discord
just
pinned in the
did.
chat.
And then
If
when
you're not
it
on there,
peaked
jump on
out
there. Continue the
in
discussion.
that was it. There was no like
And
retest,
we have a
comeback. It was a
Twitter.
sharp
You
peak,
can follow us
came
on
down,
at Happy Money
market came
YT.
back,
And we're on Twitch too.
kept going down. So
Happy Monies.
looks like what we're going through
Twitch.tv/Happy
Always
Monies.
potential for
All the
surprises,
Happy
but a big
Monies you can
breakdown
find.
today,
Okay,
definitely
thanks guys. Have a good afternoon. Peace out.
You know, a big plus for bulls for sure. Okay.